from sap to strength. In nature's art, rubber forms a resilient part. From trees it flows through skillful hands, crafted strong for life's demands.
It's hitting you like a puck, so swift and tough. In this game of life we've had enough. Through the highs and lows we won't back down. In this endless fight we wear the crown. Oh.
4 years of battles, a fight so near. Two foes collide, the end is clear. In shadows cast, they forge their plans. Now victory's within our hands.
It's hitting you like a puck, so swift and tough. In this game of life we've had enough. Through the highs and lows we won't back down. In this endless fight we wear the crown.
Triumphant apes, they rise and shine, ruling markets, a sign of the times. Bulls and bears, they step aside. In this kingdom now, the apes reside.
It's hitting you like a puck, so swift and tough. In this game of life we've had enough. Through the highs and lows we won't back down. In this endless fight we wear the crown. Through the nights and days we fought this fight. With hearts of gold we reached new heights. Together we stand through thick and thin. In this game of life we always win.
Morning, preacher. Morning, preacher.
Your microphone's on mute, so you know, preacher. Hopefully we'll see some activity today lead towards some entertainment.
I bet the shills are out today.
Last week was a little on the boring side with the barcoding and all that. Gets to be a bit tough. Maybe we'll see some fireworks today. Showing NVIDIA down at 11.5% in the pre-market of this DeepSeek revelations out of China is factual or not, but it's certainly having an effect on the share price. We'll see if that trend continues. Yeah, I haven't done a deep dive into it yet, but it would seem that the news dropped out of China that they have open artificial intelligence source they have developed that they claim is on par with what I don't know a lot about AI, but this claim that they needed to spend hundreds of billions of dollars to build facilities and have power sources independent. All of that, Chinese have claimed that they essentially built one in their garage. Tongue in cheek, obviously, but the rumor, or at least the press releases, are claiming that they did it for, $100 million or something, and it's already done. It's up and running. They have released it, I guess, for anyone to try out. And as a result, people may believe that the run on NVIDIA is over with. It's anybody's guess whether any of that's factual or if it's just propaganda out of China to try to hurt an American company. Depends on whose philosophy you believe. I've made no secret of the fact that I think NVIDIA is a Ponzi scheme of epic proportions, something along the lines of Enron. brings me no pleasure to see an American company injured by the CCP in China. That should go without saying. But it is what it is. If they have indeed practiced what I think, if they have participated in the massaging their books, as they say, cooking the books to pump up the share price, then eventually that's going to have to be reconciled. And we may be looking at the beginning of that. Can anyone hear me? Give me a little feedback. Is my speaker, or excuse me, is my microphone working before a preacher departs for the day? He's the only one who can turn on the microphone or turn it off, and before he leaves, we need some sort of confirmation that it's working. Is there anybody?
I can hear you on
there
on the YouTube. Yep.
Okay, thank you, Twisty. There you go, preacher. We're good to go, man. Morning, Ape Trucker. Good to have you with us, as always. Rest of the usual suspects, Twisty Swifty and Magnet Bees, Amazing Bluetooth, my friend Van, Audioitis, obviously. Ape Trucker, I just mentioned. Tech we love. The old guard, the die-hard, steadfast, always reliable. Weekends have always been, not always, but for the past 4 years or so, the weekends have become excruciating for me. It's like being waterboarded, devoid of our time together here. It makes for a tough 2 days for me. It's even more so now that I feel like we're creeping closer and closer to what I've long felt like should be the crescendo, the summit of this mountain we're climbing. Can't help but believe that in the next 90 days this thing will either play out or be one way or another. I look for it to be wrapped up, at least for me. And by wrapped up, I mean it will either yield fruit, yield profits, or I'm going to be forced into the realization that this could be many more years, and that'd be tough for me to swallow. But I'm prepared for it if that's the case. I'm guardedly optimistic, though, that my thesis will hold up. Tied to Trump and all that. He says it'd be the same for him, but he has an 8-year-old son that keeps you busy. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It's become a task just for me to stay caught up with all the news between the events with the deportations, the immigration issues, the clampdown at the border, the simultaneous purge in our government of all of those deeply entrenched, deep state actors that are unelected bureaucrats who have been appointed by previous administrations that I feel like it's their purview to override the sitting president, to watch them being exposed and sent on their way. A lot happening, almost hourly. Some kind of interesting news is dropping. No shortage of things to draw our attention, that's for sure. Morning, Dynamite.
I'll be back, Parrot.
Hold on. Then ask, is this news make sense, or are they just making an excuse for the market going red this morning? Oh, Vin, I don't think anyone can speak definitively on it, but it's my humble opinion that the news out of China did pull the market down. I forget the exact number, but when they made the announcement about DeepSeek and the sell-off in some of the after-hours markets and some of the international platforms, the sell-off was so dramatic with NVIDIA. I think it wiped out. I want to say that it wiped out $1 trillion with a T of market cap from all of them combined. So, I guess to clarify, the market didn't just start collapsing and then they announced the DeepSeek. That would indicate that there was just a simultaneous coincidence. It was the opposite. They announced the DeepSeek news dropped, then everything began to sell off. The question is whether that's a knee-jerk reaction, if it's just propaganda coming out of China, or if it's factual. It's always in the details. My personal views, it's irrelevant whether this DeepSeek out of China is going to take the place of NVIDIA. For me, it's simply that NVIDIA has been overbought, to say the least. I don't care what happens out of China. There's no way anybody's going to make me believe that NVIDIA is worth the current valuations. Highway Frog, morning. The blueprints for the Mrs. new swimming pool. She wanted to see how it was going to lay out. she had a hard time visualizing it from the blueprint, so I used some, I have a stack of PVC pipe laying around here to add water to the boat dock, so it made a nice little outline on the ground. Showed her what the pool was going to look like. After seeing it on the ground, she's decided it needs to grow a little bit. Fortunately, the building codes will allow it to move about 4 feet longer. Seems to be convinced that that's going to be a good change. All I see is a change order coming. So I have a sneaky suspicion they're not going to do that for free. So I don't know whether to celebrate it or to be aggravated. Regardless of my thoughts on the matter, it would appear that the swimming pool is getting bigger. Swifty said his father-in-law gave him a classic pearl set over the weekend. No symbols, but I'm uber stoked. For those of you who don't know, he's talking about percussion drum set. Very nice, Twisty. Congratulations. Hopefully by spring, Andrew. That's the target. Or the first day of summer, at least. Bar wasn't low on water, was it? Good. Maybe the new intake did the trick for the second time. Good morning, Muller. Hope you have a nice day as well. Thanks for joining. Young Mike says immigration made 956 arrests one Sunday or on Sunday. Yeah, I've been watching it. Pretty incredible stuff. I'm just glad to see that they're taking steps to turn the ship around. Got way out of hand, and as a consequence, it's going to cost the American taxpayer quite a bit of money to set things straight, but it looks like we're on the right path. Good morning, one-timer. One-timer says you got to pump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers. Yeah. Oh, it's coming. I think they're just getting the machine started up. I was quick to make a joke, well, not necessarily a joke, an observation, if you will, about all the protests. Seems to me that's a good opportunity. What better way to identify the targets? Like rounding up cattle out of thousands of acres. Anytime they pull up in a giant wad, and yes, I'm comparing them to cattle. It's a joke. Anytime they're all gathered up in a wad like that, you think it'd be real easy just to cast a net over them and do a real quick citizenship test. Seems like that would be an efficient way to go about things. Beck says he was impressed with Trump's swift reaction to the Colombian government. Yeah, it's nice to see that sort of leadership, isn't it, Tech? You know, unfortunately, a lot of these small governments, protectorates, and small states, if you will, countries, they forget their place in the pecking order. They think some of them are under the illusion that there's some sort of a negotiation to be done, and most of the time it's not. You just need a president who says these are the terms, this is the way it's going to be, and that's the end of it. Without exception, every single one of them needs us more than we need them. Without exception, there's not a single one who can make the case that they need an American presence and business partner more than we need them. Perfect example of some of these nitwits talking about, well, you have a military base here, we don't charge you a dime for it. You know, I'm like, really? You know, it's a blessing to have a military base in your area because of all that money that's poured into your local economy. More often than not, it's the only industry in that area. And it's laughable to think that somehow or another that's some sort of, like, they're doing us a favor. Are you kidding? Some have to learn the hard way, and they're going to real quick. We're just about 20 minutes until the opening bell. Some sort of a sick joke. I mean, some of these countries, we pour billions, hundreds of millions of dollars of what they euphemistically call aid, which is just welfare, worldwide welfare, from the taxpayers, the American taxpayer, the blue-collar worker, the guy who works and breaks his balls and 40 hours a week in America. They rape his paycheck and then send a nice big fat portion of that all around the globe to these little countries that more often than not they're run by despots and criminals who suck all that aid money up for their personal wealth. Very little of it, I would argue, ends up in doing any real good for the citizens of those countries that it's intended for. That's another conversation. The important part is that they want to bite the hand that feeds them. So let me get this straight. You know, we send you boatloads of money as a gift, and in return you refuse to accept immigrants from your country that made their way here illegally. How do they think that's going to be beneficial for them? I mean, I guess it makes sense that they have to at least make a pretense of putting up a fight or arguing like they're doing the best they can, but it seems to me like it would be far better diplomacy to agree that a mistake was made and to have them be a willing partner in fixing it. One would think that would be the smart tactic to take. One thing's for sure, either way, their people are coming back. They're your people, they come from your country, you're getting them back. You can do it the hard way or the easy way. I think Mike makes a good point. So you're supposed to seek asylum in the nearest country, not your country of choice. Yeah, that's the gap in their logic, Mike. They want to all claim that they want to use our laws as it pertains to asylum. That's become the big loophole. They taught them all to say, "I'm seeking asylum for persecution," because that's a mechanism by which you can kind of go to the front of the line in immigration in the United States. And it was another one of those things that was written out of a good heart. It was meant to give a parachute to somebody who was being persecuted and risked, death and torture in their own countries. And they, like anything, they took it and bastardized it, used a way to game the system, same as always, and take something that was intended to be good and then said that it applies to anybody who wants to come here. Like now there's nobody's an immigrant anymore. They're all asylum seekers. Not a single immigrant's left. We all know that they're coming here for a better life, but that makes them a commercial immigrant. It doesn't make them someone that's fleeing persecution, if you will. But that doesn't stop them from trying to use that loophole. And what Mike pointed out was very accurate, that if you're fleeing a country because somehow or another you're under these claims that you're being treated with hostility or you have an imminent threat, you seek asylum in the nearest friendly country. You don't get to skip through 4 other countries where you're not persecuted and make it to the land of the big Walmart. That their whole claim of asylum seeking collapses once they continue on their journey. It's no longer about asylum. It's just a matter of making it to the land of free food stamps and all that. So once again, if people could just be honest about it, stop playing the games and gaming the system and looking for loopholes, and just be honest about what's going on, the sooner we can come together and decide how we want to handle all of it. And for the meantime, I think the American people have spoken. They said no more, and they can all take their ass back where they came from. Like I said, the countries that allow the passage should be charged in some form. I would think along the lines of that, Mike, I don't know about charging them, but I think it should be incumbent upon them to take them back. I don't know how in good faith they can say, yeah, we're going to refuse. We send a plane load of them to a particular city. I don't know how they could, in good conscience, say, yeah, we're not taking them back here. It's like, wait a minute, you let them walk through here. So you're going to extend us the same courtesy. If you let them come north through your country, then surely you can let them go south through your country. A lot of these places, they act like it's a one-way fucking door, that the entire world can stumble up through the Darien Gap and come up through and cross the river. And they all just kind of smile and give them a little water along the way. But the very moment we start talking about sending them back via the very same route, the same goat path that they walked to get here, we send them back, and then all of a sudden it's they're running around with their hair on fire. Like, sorry. I thought the most beautiful part was watching the liberals and the Democrats lose their mind because Trump was playing golf. I saw all sorts of dumb shit for the weak-minded and the simple. Oh, Trump hasn't been in office for a week. He's already on vacation. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. Playing a round of golf doesn't make it vacation. There's guys who work 90 hours a week and still play 18 holes of golf on a weekend. So stop it with the whole he's on vacation. But I thought to myself, well, let's just think about it for a minute. If he can do this much while he's out on the fucking putting green with a cell phone in his hand, he didn't have to hold a cell phone. He just got somebody paid next to him to take orders and pass the word along through the communication channels. Didn't take him long. It was a thing of beauty to watch them talk all that shit about they're going to shut down coffee and flowers, and they're going to really put America in its place. It didn't. I think the joke was he was on the third tee box when the whole thing started, and before he even got to the 7th hole, they had not only capitulated but said, "Oh, by the way, yes, you can land here, and on top of that, we'll send our presidential plane, pick a few people up." A lot of folks seized onto that too with the whole, "Oh, that's a 737 and it's set up for an executive aircraft. It only holds 30 people." They missed the whole point. It's that, again, that's that simple-minded. I have a lot of trouble with people who can't see the big picture. It's not about them sending their presidential aircraft to carry 30 people. It's the signal that it sends when they tell the world, "Oh yeah, not only will we help, but we'll even participate." It's about what it says to the world, not how many people can be carried on that one plane. But in the space of a round of golf, they went from, "Yeah, you're not going to land your planes here, we're not taking any of those people back," to, "Yes, sir, we'll take them back, and what can we do to help?" And that's what real leadership looks like. Yeah, Dynamite says he didn't even make it to the turn. Yeah, man. Yeah, he hadn't even had a chance to have a little snack and a cold drink. Morning, Tom D. Here it comes. It's no surprise. Everyone here knows I'm a selfish prick. I would look at this as just an opportunity to turn all that aid off. This generational thing that we've got of where America just has to pump money all around the world for all sorts of reasons. While the entire time our own financial house is burning to the ground. Seems like financial suicide to me. I can't believe it still goes on. I don't know how they justify it. I don't know how the people in Congress embrace it. It's like no one had the sense to stand up and say, "We can't do this anymore." I've said it many times. It's no different than a family who's broke for all intents and purposes, who spend more money, have more bills than their salaries and jobs provide for, and despite of that, they're like donating all sorts of money to their neighbors and friends. I mean, it's hard to understand, but it happens, and I'm eager to see it stop. Ignatius says, "I'm happy as long as we keep giving all our money to Ukraine." It's too early for sarcasm, BNS. I haven't finished my coffee, and it's not even the opening bell yet. Add insult to injury, so many of these countries that we send our tax dollars to, our labor, some poor American had to break his balls and hand over part of the paycheck for it to have it money sent to countries who fucking hate our guts. They hate everything about us. America's evil, the great Satan. We're the result of all the world's troubles, the problems. Everybody's life is shit because of America. And you're like, okay, here's some more money. Like, did it ever dawn on anyone just to say, well, you know what? If we're all that, if we're that evil, if we're that bad for the rest of the world, then just leave us alone. How about that? We'll leave you alone, you leave us alone, and we can all go about our way. I promise you they don't want that though. Nation says it's also too early in the week. I have to go to work. Got to do something. Well, there you go. Do something productive, Break Nation Sports. Make your family $1. It's funny, the mainstream media keeps flashing breaking news alerts and that sort of shit, headlines about Bitcoin falling below 100 grand. I don't have a dog in the fight. I don't have any Bitcoin, but I watch it out of interest. It's like, it's not the first time it's fell below 100 grand. It's bobbled below and above. I think it's crossed that threshold both north and south several times, if my memory serves, over the course of the last few weeks. So why today there's this big news push about it's collapsing is it's different. The last 3 or 4 times it's fallen below 100,000. There wasn't some sort of headline overwhelming amount of headline news, if you will. I don't know why it's different today, but it is. Kong says if you look at the daily chart, it looks fine. Yeah, it's like right now it's back above 100, but I get it when it's right there trading sideways at that 100,000 mark. It could be above it or below it, 10 times in a single day if it wanted to. It's not. It doesn't signify anything. That's why I think it's odd that today it's all gloom and doom. It's funny because there's been, I guess, what I would consider some breaking news about the whole digital currency thing. I couldn't help but notice that Donald Trump had made a statement, I think, on Truth Social or Twitter. I can't remember where, but essentially he gave a shout out to Vivek Ramaswamy and said that he was going to honor a commitment that he made to Vivek and that he would not embrace digital currencies. And I thought, well, that's newsworthy. I mean, it's debatable why Vivek would have asked him for that, but for whatever reason, it was one of the things that Ramaswamy felt like was important, and I guess he negotiated that was part of his support to fall in line and march behind Trump. That was one of the things he asked for, because once Trump had made the announcement, Vivek Ramaswamy went and made an announcement that essentially said promises made, promises kept. So I thought that was an interesting development as far as the digital currency rumor. 60 seconds till the game starts. Kickoff. There's the bell. Item B says Nvidia's tanking. I don't know if it's technically tanking yet, but it's down 11.5%. So that's a dramatic pullback for sure. It'll be interesting to see if it continues or if it finds some sort of support there, and that's the end of it. But yeah. Hit 122 in pre-market. It's currently at Morning Pro Jeweler. All the major indices are in the red. The Dow, the S&P, the NASDAQ. Most of you are well aware, I've been gaming the system, if you will, with our garbage pickup. My neighbors never use their garbage cans to the extent that they're full. So oftentimes we get garbage pickup twice a week here, and a lot of times they won't even set their cans. So they graciously allow me to use those. I have no less than, I think, 4, maybe 5 cans out there, each one of them with about 400 to 500 pounds of rock in it. My garbage man probably has. So we're on garbage watch to see. In the course of the last year I've been doing this, I've only had them refuse 1 can, and that was because I filled it so full that the hydraulics failed. It wouldn't lift the can. It made me shovel some of it out before they could dump it. But since then I've refrained from overfilling them. And I've met little or no resistance to it. But I always, I'm a little apprehensive until I hear those trucks come and hear those cans dump, because I'm afraid I'm going to have to unload some of that heavy ass stone. So Mondays are always a little anxiety ridden for me until I hear that truck arrive and watch all that trash go out of here at 0 cost to me. Those of you keeping up with my little project here at the house, do-it-yourself type stuff, I have Operation Fred Flintstone was wrapped up. I had a few little loose ends to do on that, some tidying up that was accomplished this weekend, a few little crumb piles. Now we're on to the second to last stage of taking all of the pavers, the old flagstone pavers. Those are pretty simple though. They're wafer thin. And they come up rather quickly. There's no mortar. There's no concrete. They're just held together with a poly sand. But we definitely see some light in the end of the tunnel as far as our demolition goes. We're eager to get started with the new construction so things stop looking so awful around here. For anyone who cares to know, we rebounded nicely from the cold snap and the freeze. Weather yesterday, I think we had 69 degrees yesterday. It was beautiful out. My neighbor shared some interesting gossip. He has an outdoor shower, as many of these houses on the beach are known to have. He insulated the pipe and the all of that, but he failed to put anything on the shower handle, the control, and it froze. It froze and expanded. It blew the front of the shower mechanism or the cover off, and the little cartridge. Those, if you're familiar with those, they operate off of a little plastic cartridge insert that allows you to mix. It allows the valve to open and close of the little plastic window. But I digress. The ice pushed that cartridge completely out, and his wife woke to the sound of running water. After doing a little inspection outside, she found it had been blowing water out since the thaw came. So apparently he'll have to take greater efforts to insulate that the next time that sort of a freeze comes around, which is normally once a year. I guess all things being equal, if that's all the damage that was done, then that should be something to celebrate, I guess. Mike says, is the bigger pool going to require an additional pool boy? I know, guy. Yeah, I never thought of that, Mike, but it's logical. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me in the least bit. Morning, Tyler Stone. I'm curious. I was going to do this in private, but I don't think you mind if the rest of the class listens in while we chat. You're a young man, enterprising, seems like you've finally figured out how the game is played. You have no wife and children, none that you've spoken of, to me anyway. I know you came up tough, living in a car and all that. I'm just curious, have you considered the military, Tyler? Is that... I understand if you have, and for whatever reason you have just decided it wasn't a good path for you. But I'm just curious. Have you ever considered a couple years in the military as a way to maybe elevate your status a little bit, or did it never occur to you? May said he should have had a ball valve shut off down the line and let the drip when it's going to be cold. I have mine, Maze, and not only do we have an outdoor shower, but it's the same feed that runs out to the yacht slip. I put a drain at a low spot down by the beach, Maze, and I put the ball valve like you're talking at right at the water meter underground. And when wintertime rolls around, I just turn the son of a bitch off and then go down and open up the drain. I let the entire line go empty. Because that's right. I got it like that. I planned. I knew this shit was coming. I put that valve in and they're like, what's that for? I'm like, to drain it once a year. Well, it didn't get that cold. Whatever, then I won't ever have to use it, will I? But yeah. He didn't design it. That particular shower head wasn't designed very well. He should have known to put some sort of a drain isolation valve. Greg Nation says, here's a basic question. We have a new washer and dryer. We can't shut the water going to the washer off. The valves are stuck. Old is shutting off the water, grabbing a wrench, and getting the new valves the way to go. Yeah, I know you don't want to hear that, BNS, but you need to swap the valves out. And I'm certain that our resident professional plumber you could, if you want to shut the entire water main off to the house and then just change it out, you can do that. But if you want to fix it properly, you might be better off to just go ahead and bite the bullet while the refrigerator, or excuse me, while you have access to it. It's not too hard to do. Tyler says he got close. Even ran P2 with the Army. Then the pandemic came and they were forcing vaccine. Nevertheless, I love my long hair and I use marijuana to help me sleep through the night terrors. Yeah, I get it. I get the whole use of the night terrors, and I get I guess I understand like having long hair. I've just had many conversations with you about opportunities for growth and the ability to change things. I was just wondering if all I can tell you is that I too enjoyed my long hair and all that sort of stuff, but a great deal of the success that I've enjoyed through life was could be found to have the original catalyst, and in many ways would be the time I spent in the military. It's one of the few opportunities that underprivileged people, young men specifically, can use as a level up in life, whether you do 2 or 4 years or you do 20. Just didn't know if that was something that you'd ever talk to or recruiter or anyone who'd lived the life. Unfortunately, a lot of folks think the only thing they know about military life is what they learn from TV and movies, and that's unfortunate, because I think in many cases it paints a picture that's not anything reflective of what it's like in the real world. Oh, I hear a garbage truck doing its thing. I believe I have won yet again. Break Nation says he's a plumbing newbie. Usually those washers and dryers, Break Nation, they usually have a little panel behind them. There's a plastic insert that they slide into the drywall, and it recesses the plumbing, which so the valves and all that are back inside the wall, if you will, as opposed to sticking out, which would prevent the washer from sliding back. If you're careful, sometimes you can fool with all that without even doing any drywall work. In the end, though, I tell people all the time, if you have to butcher the drywall up a little bit to do what needs to be done, have at it. You're not going to see it anyhow once you put the washing machine back, but at a minimum, if you butcher it, you can do a little minor drywall repair, and you practice your drywall skills in an area that's not necessarily going to be an eyesore if you don't do a good job. So it can be a learning experience. I hear those cans flying out there. 4. You had to pick it up 4 times? Yeah. Mrs. Pirate said she washed him. She said it took him 4 attempts to get the 1 can picked up. So apparently I might have overfilled it just a scotch. I thought I was being conservative. I might need to pull back a little bit farther. Yeah, Amazing Bluetooth says that YouTube's your friend. A video that's never been easier for step-by-step instructions to do home repair. I couldn't agree more, Maze. It's there's no excuse for not trying it yourself. You have visual aids, tutorials, an abundance of cheap tools. Even if I've said many times, even if you butcher the job, if you fuck it up 3 times in a row before you get it right, even though you waste some materials and time, you're still going to come out cheaper than paying somebody. So, it's easy to say, I guess, if you are accustomed to doing that sort of stuff. I can see how it would be a little anxiety inducing for somebody who's never done it before, but that's where you got to kind of gather your courage and roll up your sleeves and dig in. Brian Holdape says the C-19 vaccines are over. Liking smoking pot and long hair. Find a career that allows that lifestyle, or temporarily change your lifestyle. Get to come up once successful, go back to the OG lifestyle. See, that's what I'm talking about, buy and hold ape. You know, you can, it's a matter of giving up some creature comforts, not even creature comforts, giving up some of the things you desire. Long hair is an example. Make some sacrifices, delay gratification. If you enjoy getting high and taking it easy, you may have to set that aside for a few years. You'll obviously get to revisit it as you pointed out when posting there, and that was kind of what I was getting at, that it might be something for him to think about. I talked to him time to time about where he's at and what he's trying to do, and it just occurred to me the other day that might be something that he could benefit from. Break Nation says he's rooting for you, Tyler Stone. Either way, he's really rooting for you. Wishes you all the best. That's I think that just echoes the sentiment of everyone here. I don't think I'd be out of line in saying that. Morning, Petra. Good to see you. Barely a half an hour into the trading day. You're unable to see a chart. AMC is trading at $3.43, practically flat for the day, while GameStop is at $27.60. About 0.5% in the Break Nation. Schwartz, let me ask you, when you tried to close that valve off to your washing machine, did the valve turn or is it frozen in place? the reason I ask is if it's frozen in place, you can grab a hold of it with some channel locks and kind of force it. Generally, you won't hurt anything. If you strip, if you're going to change the valve out, before you go about all that, you can go ahead and try to force the knob, the handle, if you want. Sometimes once you break it loose, you can work it, as they say, turn it on and off many times, and it'll free up calcium deposits in the corrosion. What usually happens is when you turn it to the off position, that it doesn't seal tight enough and it still runs a little bit. So you got to put a bucket underneath it before you reattach it and all that. So I guess what I'm saying is you really can't hurt anything by fucking with it. Sometimes you can win. I mean, there's no need obviously for it to be. The only reason you would need that thing to shut off and be completely dry is if you're going to move, or if you feel like you're going to have an extended period of time with no washer hooked up. Because as long as it's attached to the washer, there's really not a need to have a shut off valve there. Now, the washing machine springs a leak or what, but I've never had that happen. And I've had many washing machines. Or something happens along those lines, then you'd have to shut the valve off. But in an emergency like that, you can always just go shut the water off to the street, obviously. From the street, I should say. But it's completely frozen in place. Yeah, I would be tempted to force that. And by force it, I mean instead of grabbing it with your hand, you can grab it with something that gives you some leverage. Instead of channel locks. Vice grips are a little bit on the small side. Yeah, they'll work if that's all you have, but well, exactly, that's my point. If you're already going to go about the business of changing the valve out, you're not out anything by fucking with it. And just, if you do get it to break loose, BNS, don't try to do it all at once. If you feel it give and it moves towards the closed position, then go back again. Push it back to full open. Don't try to get it all at once. If you get some movement, continue that. But that action of moving it open and close, it'll eventually clear out the obstructions, and you'll find that at least the valve may move the full throw. Doesn't mean that it will seat and seal, but it'll go a long ways towards making your job easier. Even if, like I said, it just drips a little bit or runs, it'll prevent you from having to change the valve out if you don't want to. So easy a monkey could do it, Mike. Back in. Jaeger doing the thing this week, or is he on hold till he gets more groundwork done? Flying? Is he flying, or has he got more groundwork to do? New home sales number 698,000 versus an estimated 671,000. So they had 27,000 more homes sold than they estimated for December. And an ape. She says she's finally over her respiratory virus. Well, we're glad you're feeling better, Anna. Good to see you with us. Median sale price was $427,000 in December. That's up 2.1%. The median new home sale was 400 grand, a little north of 400. Want to get you a brand shiny, new, never been lived in Camelot of your very own. Yeah, I read it correctly for you, Nan. I knew what you were getting at. Gold is down $2,747. Down about 1.21%. For the moment, we're watching a sell-off of all the major indices and gold. All of the Mag 7 are down. Microsoft, Nvidia, Meta, all of those down 3.5, 2.7, and 1.3, as well as Nvidia being down, said dramatically. Big tech's getting hit pretty hard by the China's news release. Nvidia's up 105% on the year, but it's down 12% on the day. Petro asked, what's the news release out of China? They've announced that they have an artificial intelligence program called DeepSeek. You'll hear it referred to as R1. It's the nickname R1. I guess that's the version or what have you. But their claim is that all this talk of needing $500 billion and the efforts made by, at least in the American tech circles, to harness the power of AI and all that. They're claiming that they've already done it. That it doesn't need hundreds of billions of dollars. That I guess they threw 100 million at it or whatever. They're claiming that it's done, and then they're not just claiming it. I guess they've released the app, and it's open source. Anybody's available to it. Which, if it's true, then that will be obviously bearish for Nvidia and the other companies that are chasing all of that AI money. So there you go. You have to decide whether you buy into it or not. know just enough about it, Dynamite, to be dangerous, but it would appear, this is my read on it right now, American politicians, big tech, and even to some extent the banks have all embraced this idea of artificial intelligence. Think of it in terms of like the space race, like when we were in a big race with the Russians to see who can make it to the moon first and all of that sort of thing. But the idea is that the Stargate announcement was that Americans decided they were going to build these huge data centers. Trump had a press conference where he had announced that he had brokered a deal that outside money would come in. Specifically, I think it was from Japan. 500. He'd asked originally, they committed to $100 million, $100 billion. Trump, during a press conference and through master fashion, asked him to bless you, honey, asked them to double that commitment to $200 billion. That was all big news. They had another press conference, and the guy said he was pleased to announce that not only had he found people willing to participate at the 200 billion level, that they were going to do $500 billion to invest in this Stargate, this huge complex to, among other things, focus on artificial intelligence and as well as being cutting edge. It was going to even have its own power supply. It wasn't going to be a burden to the grid, that they were going to even build an independent power supply to provide their own electricity, because the thirst for power on those supercomputers is so large. That was all breaking news over the course of the last 2 weeks. Now China has released information claiming that none of that's necessary. Essentially, they're like, look, I saw somebody wrote on Twitter, it was really funny, they're like, the Chinese did it on their lunch break. They're like, there's no need for all that, do whatever you want, but we threw $100 million at it. We built this thing called DeepSeek R1, and it's open source, meaning anybody can have it. I think for now, I think that was one of the arguments with artificial intelligence, was a lot of it was funded by Elon Musk in the very beginning. It was meant to better mankind. If you follow the drama, Sam Altman and some other people got involved in it. They saw the opportunity to capitalize on it in a financial way to be profitable, so they turned it into a for-profit company, which that obviously led to some heartburn with Elon Musk. He's like, look, I gave this to you for, essentially what we started with the agreement that it would be free for everybody, and now you want to, monetize it. So there's been some drama with that. But what has happened is Sam Altman and these other folks who have gone about all of this, claiming that they're doing all these capital raises, all this money's being spent, and it's all being invested into this, while simultaneously you have the Chinese saying, you're wasting your time, we've already done it, it's built, and here it is. Now, whether you believe that to be factual or not, that's for you to decide. But they're claiming that it's already been done, and that it already exists, and more importantly, they're saying it's open source, it's free, they're going to just let it out there for everybody. So what you're seeing this morning is the sell-off, and not just NVIDIA, but Broadcom, Advanced Micro, Micron, the rest of your chip makers are all being negatively impacted, because the inference is the demand for all of those products will fall. The market being forward-looking, everybody was thinking that this announcement for this supercomputer Stargate project was going to be bullish for all these chip makers. It's looking now like that's in question. That's what little bit I've learned about it. My issues with NVIDIA aren't centered around whether or not they will dominate the AI, or whether artificial intelligence is going to usher in an overwhelming need for these GPUs and chips and all of that. I think I've said it many times. There's no nice way of saying it. I think NVIDIA is as an Enron. I think their cohort in crime, super microcomputers, SMCI, all of that I think was artificially inflated to keep the stock market afloat while Biden was in. I think they had become the darlings, them as well as the other Mag 7 had become the darlings of the stock market. They needed to tell everybody that the economy was good and Wall Street was good, when in the truth of the matter, the Wall Street was stagnant. If you didn't own the Mag 7, you didn't get shit. You didn't see any sort of appreciable growth in your portfolio. And we all know that they used the Mag 7 as that's the collateral for all of their short positions. So I'm biased, obviously, as a huge, and I'm too close to the fire as far as AMC is concerned. But it's logical to me that that's how it played out. So now they have an instance where NVIDIA could be falling because the narrative about the whole AI thing is falling apart. If the demand falls apart, then their numbers will fall apart. If their forecasts fall apart, then their share price is going to fall. If the share price falls, they're going to see margin calls. Here we are. Whether or not any of that's accurate or not is for you to decide. But that's what I've read so far about it. Good morning, please.
Morning, sir.
No worries, man. Exactly. I'm a little sore. I'll try to refrain from being a crybaby and whining and gathering in attention because of my little aches and pains. But I wrapped up some of the demolition work, and I might have overdone it a little bit. But I had a productive weekend. Had a good weekend. Got a lot done. How do things go for you over there where you're at? Marvell Technologies is down 15.5%. Broadcom is down 13.6%. Nvidia is down 13.5%. So tech and the chips are really taking it on the chin this morning. Yet to be seen whether it's a beginning of a bigger move down or not. I would like to see it. I know that's maybe a little indelicate for the people who have Nvidia and what have you, but I'm convinced that that needs to collapse in order for our thing to move forward. Yeah, I think I read over $1 trillion in market cap just disappeared because of this deep fake news. Chinese. I said deep fake. I misspoke. Deep seek. The Chinese have announced. I guess yesterday they announced that they have a startup called DeepSeek, and they're claiming victory in the artificial intelligence race, and that they've done it for a fraction of the money that everybody's talking about. So the implication is that you're gonna see a big drop in demand for all these chip makers and all their products that have been enjoying a run up on the concept of AI. So yeah, I misspoke. I meant DeepSeek. Deep. Yeah, I remember it well. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Yeah. I would agree that when the shortage come, they pretty much they kicked the fucking gamers to the curb. They were really chasing after that Bitcoin miner craze. I know. I read that. And can you hear this? My comms working now? Yeah. Nope. Nope. We're just sitting here quietly.
Right on. Yeah, something somebody else is outgrown. That's smart. Good way to go about it. Yeah. She just misspelled respiratory. Step away for a moment. I'll be back in 5 or 6 minutes. I'm back, ladies and gentlemen. Apologize for the delay. A little something to attend to, but finished. Made it back as quickly as I could. Posted a link in the Discord general Pirates Hideaway. Excuse me, not Pirates Hideaway, just Pirates. My Discord in the general section alone, not the Hideaway. It's from somebody called Grammar. I read it. It's kind of a brief description on what just happened with the Deep Seek. I lack the technical expertise to know if what they're claiming is factual or not, but it seems to be well written. It's pretty simple for the most part. I didn't understand all the terminology, and all the subtle implications and every single nuance, but I was able to kind of get the general idea. And it would appear that the Chinese have found a way to do things cheaper and achieve the same goal. At least they're claiming that for some of these benchmarks for AI and how artificial intelligence goes about learning from itself, and more importantly, the chips that are required to do it. According to this claim, they found a way to make do with some of their older chips that weren't necessarily designed for the application, but they found a workaround and they've exploited it. And because of that, they're claiming that it's exponentially cheaper to work on the same problems. So you read it at your leisure or not, it's your call. NVIDIA is down, by the way, 13.25% on the day. Still in a downtrend. Had a little bit of a bounce there over the last 30 minutes or so, but it's continuing its downward trend, if you ask me. Going to be very interesting to see how the day plays out for the chip manufacturers and NVIDIA specifically. Meanwhile, GameStop is at 27.6123, trading 4 decimal points deep. And just a little over 0.5% in the red, 0.65% in the red. While Amy is at a little less than 0.5%. Happy Monday, Papa Mac. Oh, excuse me. That one snuck up on me. I know what that sound means.
Good morning.
Good morning, Yucca.
Good morning, preacher. All right. Oh, what's going on here? Happy Monday.
Yeah, it's been relatively quiet.
Yeah. So over the weekend, I went to that trade show.
Yeah.
And I posted that on your general, those cool patches and American coins, like everything USA. It was really
cool. Check it out later on.
Yeah, I got some socks, everything with the US. So it was good. People were happy over there.
They're losing their mind on text this morning. People talking about they did the count you did, five bad calls, and there's all sorts of jokes. So people are just, it really kind of become a joke at this point. Mm-hmm.
Jay does.
Yeah, that was one of the many examples.
Himself, and then it comes out.
Somebody I follow on Twitter wrote, NVIDIA is currently down $420 billion in market cap today alone. This exceeds the previous record for the biggest single day drop in a stock in history by 141 billion. It didn't just break the record, it fucking blew it out of the water. Today, NVIDIA is set to lose more than the entire market cap of all but 20 companies in the world. NVIDIA has also erased more market cap than the entire value of Costco. This is historic. That's not my work. I'm reading that from the Kobayashi, how you pronounce it, letter, somebody I follow on X.
Kobayashi?
Kobayashi, Kobeissi, Kobayashi letter. But that kind of puts some clarity on how dramatic this fall is today.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Now, drum roll, please.
That's right. That's right.
What's up, boy? Morning.
Oh, we got a new guy. Who's this new
Yeah,
person?
I
Real
know.
rugged. What's his
Yeah, I
name?
know.
Real rugged DIY. It's a new guy.
You guys see the headline that just came out
NVIDIA?
Which one?
about
What?
DeepSeek was just hit with a large-scale cyber attack. Says it's limiting red. That's
Yeah, I
that.
saw that.
That is, you know what that is.
Somebody's giving him a.
Someone's
Give 'em
fucking
a-
pissed off. Yeah, someone got pissed off and said, "You know what? I don't think so." They got too much at stake.
If that was their intent, it was a bad tactical error, because all it's going to do is draw more attention to it. People who might have been on the fence, like, well, is this thing really a threat? It's like,
Well,
if
it's
it
got a
wasn't
vulnerability.
some truth to it, why would they go about trying to dismantle it?
I think it shows there's a vulnerability there, and it, to me, it's like finding out, your favorite candy bar or whatever has somebody found metal in it or something, or recall, or let's take a look at NVIDIA, see what they do. They rally. Are they starting to turn around right now?
Yeah, I mean, it is pretty intense.
If anything, it's falling faster than it was before.
Thank you.
You're right. Hey,
It's
Yeah, you're
falling
right.
even faster now. It's down 17. Volume
Wow.
of it is picking up.
so again, if we think like a hedge fund or think like an aggressive company, when you know something's going to turn positive, like okay, tomorrow it's going to be 10 degrees warmer than today. Oh, okay. Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to squeeze it. I'll push it down as much as I can right now. So that's my last stand, and then turn on the buying after that. Once I push it down. That's what I would do. If I was going to attack it, I'd want to, before I, if I'm using a washcloth or whatever, I guess rinse it out as much as I can before I reapply stuff to it or whatever. So I would, if I was in that shorting mode, I'd say, okay, guys, here's our last opportunity to short. Give it everything you got, and then they'll flip. Then we're exiting and flip back the other way.
I disagree with you. I don't think what you're seeing is shorting of NVIDIA. I think you're seeing people pull out.
I mean, they could be.
Because of the cyber attack? Do you think
It's a loss of confidence and value, how much they've got spending in it. I know what Pirate's saying, there's if it can be done more cost effectively, cheaper, overseas, it can be done, China. So they say, okay, so what that proves, what is evident here, in my opinion, what I think I'm hearing, is I think that their so-called ban on their ability to be buying certain chips, certain processors, certain GPUs, graphics cards, they're working around that. I think they've been buying it up on foot around the country here, sending it over there, and they can't import it in bulk, for they can't get it direct from whoever, but I think they've been, circumventing the standard process. And they're not going to say, well, you need to give us those GPUs, or you're going to give us the stuff that's less. So, I don't know.
I think you might want to read a little bit more. I don't know what you know, what you don't know, but the way I'm interpreting this, Rugged, is this isn't about hardware that they have developed. They have shown that you can use some of the older chips and some of the older antiquated hardware to achieve the same thing. I think that has a lot to do with it, but there's all sorts of talk about the reasoning engine. It's not just about the fact that they've unlocked this AI at a cheaper price, but that their reasoning engine, which is, a big part of the AI, can interface with all sorts of other already available software or programming, if you will. So
Possible. I don't say anything with absolute. So you could be right, and I was just listening to somebody who is fairly savvy investor, on Chinese investor, who said, even when they asked DeepSeek, how are you made, or what's your baseline architecture, it basically tells, the response is basically ChatGPT. So it could be a modified version of ChatGPT, and I wouldn't put it past China to steal it and try to modify it and whatever. That's what they do.
Well, I don't know. I haven't had a time to do a deep dive on it. All this developed pretty fast after last night. But I did stumble across something on Twitter. I posted it in the Discord general from somebody who gives a pretty detailed analysis of what it roughly means. Now, I'm not a tech expert, so I don't know if all of the claims made in the post are factual or not, but it's well written. If you get a chance, read it. It's posted in the Discord, Pirates Discord general, and it's not very long, but a lot of folks don't even know what DeepSeek is. This guy tries to at least tell you what it is, why it's different. He gives you what their claims are, and then he goes ahead and list some of the implications of what it is, and it was simple enough for me to understand. And there again, whether or not it's the end all beat all, but it's a good place to start if somebody wants to know what's happening.
I'll check it out. And then you could probably post that in your chat there as well as a sticky. People read it. And
You guys think Nvidia is going down because of this DeepSeek?
Yes.
Maybe it's going down because these assholes haven't had a audit for the past almost 3 quarters.
SMCI. Yeah.
Maybe that hey, they're going down because of DeepSeek partially, but maybe because they're jacked up in their books and it's finally coming to light. And they're just using this. They're using this as a reason when they haven't been technically audited. They've been dropped by 2 companies. Just a thought.
Right.
And they're just using this as, this, we're being hurt by this DeepSeek. No, you're being hurt because you suck. Because 2 auditing firms said, no bueno.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Then they called up JJ's auditing firm, and I said, nope, good to go.
Well, they did that with SMCI, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
But they're both connected.
You know, I think there's the size of there's too many 401k, retirement funds, all these things that are built on this. In many ways, I think it's too big to fail. In some ways, I mean, yes, it'll be volatile over today and probably throughout the week, but I think that there's just so much stake in it that they may take a chunk out of it, but long. We'll see.
I also think that term "too big to fail" has been ingrained too much into those of us that are investing, to where, well, you guys are just going to have to live with it. You know, you're not going to get what you think because it's just too big.
Well, will they let Bank of America fail?
They should, because they're directly connected to Citadel.
Well, they should. We would like that.
Yeah. I mean, that's the process, right?
Would they allow it? Look what they did with Silvergate. You think they're not? You think they'll let it happen with Bank of America? They're a little bit bigger.
Well, I'm with you. I trust me. I get the whole I totally agree with you, Rugged. But at the same time, the process is certain people fail, then other people have to chip in. Those people fail, then people have to chip in. When they all fail, here comes all that money they gave to Ukraine. When the government has to pay up for all of them and their stupid mistakes. I mean, the process is there, but to tell us and I'm with you too. It's not like I haven't said it also, because what's the other bank on the West Coast? Wells Fargo.
Citi.
Fargo.
Wells Fargo.
Fargo also. Yeah, they're all just too. It's almost like they're trying to massage it into us. Hey guys, we just can't let it go that far. Oh really? Then why did you let it get this far?
So you're saying they're too gay to fail?
Could be.
They're out west, probably.
Yeah, I mean it's the West Coast. Eventually, you got to hit the ocean.
Yeah.
Eventually, you got to stop, unless you're a good swimmer.
I mean, if news came out that, the equivalent of a, well, maybe you'd say it would be Neo, but like an equivalent of Tesla could be made for 10 or 15,000. And that whatever that car manufacturer in China was going to start exporting, next quarter, and worldwide, that would be a big threat to Tesla if some other Chinese auto manufacturer was.
That's a good comparison, Rugged. That's exactly what.
So what would that do to Tesla stock? Well, it would drop it. Okay, but then should we find out that every 10th car was exploding, or it was, something bad, then that would then kind of crush that. But I'm tired. I was just trying to, you got it right. I'm just trying to come up with a kind of a comparative notion here that would be digestible. Like, okay, what would hurt if you think of an American company that produces something almost predominantly American, it's a focal item or whatever, something that U.S. is well known for.
Lady boys.
Yeah.
Throw this out to you, Rugged, and this is right into what Trump's thinking. In South Carolina, they're making the BMW SUVs in South Carolina.
Spartanburg, yeah.
Kia and Hyundai both have assembly plants, and they're so close together. South Georgia, Alabama, and they're getting good. What do you call it? Tax breaks from having those factories, and they're enormous too. Because I fly over them all the time.
Okay.
But I'm guessing that if those guys were importing that from what the new policy is to protect Tesla, unless they're going to build those things in name your state and city, they're going to get tariffed up the ass to where they wouldn't be able to compete with Tesla unless they're going to build a factory in the next 2 or 3 years.
I think you guys are off the mark. With all due respect, I think you're both off the mark. This isn't about an existing product and somebody else building another car. The whole AI thing is brand new technology. It's closer to saying we're trying to send rocket ships to Mars with Elon. Never been done. We're going to spend $500 billion to help Elon. And the Chinese just announced they figured out a way to fly there with your fucking airplane. They're like, look, we can take a fucking 747 and we're going to give JJ a special fucking mask to wear, and we figured out a way just to use. It's more like that. You have a brand new technology, AI. It's not even completely developed yet. Everyone has theories on what it'll be applied for and how it's going to look in its final iteration, but it's a work in progress. It's a huge leap forward in technology. It's not like anything else that's ever been done. The United States has declared that they're going to wholly embrace it, and we're going to pour billions of dollars into it. And the Chinese just come out and said, yeah, we figured out how we can do it with some spare parts in our garage. It's not going to cost what you think. And in fact, we've already built a prototype. They turned the prototype loose and people have taken it for a test drive. They've flown the 747 Boeing to fucking Mars. It worked, but some windows are cracked and the toilet got plugged up. But the fuckers flew a jet plane to Mars. So they're saying you don't need the rocket ships. That's closer to what's happening than just saying, than the whole Tesla thing.
Oh, I get you, Pirate. I tell you the truth, I was just going the other. I didn't even think about the AI when I said that.
This is all about AI. All of this is 100% about AI.
Yeah, I didn't realize we were still on that. I was just thinking of I went off on a tangent. My apologies.
Could I add my 2 cents? What's up, fellas? Can I add my 2 cents?
Do you understand now why?
On Thursday, the Bank of Japan met and raised interest rate 0.25%. This could be another Japan carry trade unwinding, and the AI thing is just a distraction. What do you guys think? 2-10-4?
Because that Japan carry trade is supposed to be a whole bunch more, and it didn't even. Was it 1/4 or 0.5%?
It was 0.25%, which took it to a total of 0.5%.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry.
It's at a historic level when compared to the dollar.
There's so much psyops going on. I just wonder, until it just cracks and crumbles. To me, the whole thing's a psyops around us. It's almost like how the whole election went. Yeah, Trump's losing. He's getting his ass kicked. Oops.
All I know is my morning's getting ready to get a whole lot better. Mrs. Pirate is frying up some Spam. Nothing like some buttered toast with Spam. So regardless of what happens with the AI and NVIDIA, my day is getting ready to get a whole lot better.
I think I'd rather have pastries.
Is that
bacon's for the rich folks, man? That's for rich people.
You're frying that in back fat? What are you frying that in?
You don't have to fry Spam in anything. It makes its own grease. Hell, it's made out of pork wraps. You don't think there's enough fat in there?
Deep frying or okay, just regular frying?
It's like you would a piece of bacon.
Yeah.
Throw it in the skillet. It's like NVIDIA found a 117.26 to be exact. It's climbed back up to 120, unless that's some sort of a dead cat bounce. But for the moment, it appears to be recovering. I'll keep a close eye on that. Anything can be deep fried, Yucca. You can deep fry a work boot.
A work boot? Damn it. Wait, doesn't that already come with like a little key? Doesn't did they stop doing that? Didn't they have like a little key attached to it where you just roll it around or something like that?
I think Hormel still offers that with their canned ham.
Yeah.
You get a ham. There was a time when at Christmas I could send my brother that's in prison a ham, but it had to be unopened inside a can, and that was one of the things on their approved list. I don't think you need the key to open Spam any longer, though. Mrs. Pryor said no. Yep, Tech. That's how it's done now. It has a pull tab on it, like so many of the other easy opening cans. Campbell's offers the same thing with their chunky soup line, and that's long been the way that you could open sardines. A little flip tab and pull.
Hey JJ, you there?
Vistra Corporation down 27%. Another one's down 24%. They're calling it energy stocks hit by the AI sell-off. OKLO, Oklo, New Scales down 25, Oklo's down 24. Talent Energy down 22. Yeah, they're all getting slammed. Don't know what the nexus is. I would imagine it was tied to the fact that the current science says that AI is going to suck up monstrous amounts of energy. Maybe that caused a run up in those energy stocks, and now this news from China may imply that they're not going to need all that additional energy. So that might be why the energy stocks are falling as quickly as the chips. It's 11 o'clock in the Florida Panhandle at pirate time. $3.39 for AMC. Down almost 1%, not quite. GameStop is down 1.8 in the red at $27.27. But Nvidia, currently in the news, is 15.8% in the red It's off its session low of 117, but only barely. It's currently trading at 120 and 20 cents. So we'll watch that with interest throughout the rest of the remainder of the day.
I'm ignorant on the subject you guys have been talking about. So, first, the 500 billion thing came out, or did it first? Was it the China with the new AI come out first?
500 billion, the initiative. Trump promised it. He used it right there. It was part of his inauguration victory lap. That he had brokered a deal. He had brokered a deal for the Japanese, one of the big finance dudes from Japan, I believe. He pressed him into service for 200 million. Then on live TV, Trump asked him to double it. He said he would try. He came back and said not only did they double it, but they got $500 billion in capital committed from venture capital and other funds that were going to be plowed into the United States in an effort to build this, what they're calling the Stargate system. Huge autonomous AI setup is the way I understood it, complete with its own power generating source. That was one of their big bragging rights that they were added onto it. Not only was it going to be this huge dedicated facility, it was going to come with its own power plant. So that was big news on that. And then not within a few short days, just yesterday sometime, the Chinese announced that they have done this thing called the DeepSeek R1, they're calling it, which is open source. They've let it out there to where anybody can try it and use it, claiming that they've already done it. That for the most part, would still need some tweaking and some repair work. They're saying they've already crossed the finish line, if you will. So if you believe in what they're saying, and they didn't just declare it, they've actually they set it out in the world for all the nerds and the people who move in those circles to decide whether or not their claim is valid or not. And it would appear that a lot of people have said, yeah, they're not bullshitting. They've already done this. So what happens is you see all the people who are placing these bets on NVIDIA and all the rest of it to continue to ride this wave, this bullish wave of spending around computer chips specifically towards the demand that was going to be put on it by AI. And this is a black swan event. Somebody said, yeah, you might want to rethink that. So it would appear that the money's running. All the people who were chasing, who were bullish, who were long on NVIDIA and the chip market makers and all that, if you look at today's action, it would indicate that big money's leaving. And not just leaving, they're leaving fast. Now, they're not going to come out and declare that because they want to be able to sell and exit their positions at a decent price. So it's the typical shit of they probably got Jim Cramer on right now telling everybody how all is well, remain calm. Meanwhile, they got somebody in the back fucking room clicking that sell button as fast as they can. That's my read on it. Just a fucking pirate.
It's hard. I didn't get to hear the whole thing. Where is this? Is this AI thing to be a number of satellites, or is it going to be in one central location?
It's not satellite based. It's computers that act independently. They literally think for themselves. So,
like you said, it was going to be it was going to have its own power plant. So is there going to be one base station?
Yeah, that was the big idea.
Where at?
I don't know. I didn't pay that much attention to it. It's been disclosed. They talked about it. I want to say Texas maybe, but I didn't know.
A lot of open land there.
Papa Mac said Elon and Sam don't like each other. He says Elon and Sam Altman does not really have the venture capital that he claims. Elon said Sam Altman. The way I understood it, Papa Mac, is the friction between Elon Musk and Sam Altman. For those of you who don't know, Sam Altman is really the guy that's spearheading this whole AI charge. But he was gifted the initial work, the initial programming, whatever you want to call it, algorithms, all that work that was done. It's my understanding that I was on Elon's nickel, that he paid for that, he built that, he started it, and he gifted it essentially to the world. He wanted it to be open AI, and then I guess Sam Altman initially agreed to take control and go ahead and work on the project. And then Sam Altman immediately did an about face and tried to make it a for-profit business. So as you can quite imagine, Elon Musk has got some sour grapes about that. So I don't think there's any real love between Elon Musk and Sam Altman for just that alone.
Wasn't Trump also talking about the Saudis participating money-wise?
I don't know if the Saudis were kicking in, but I know one of the big shots from Japan, Hayashi-san or something, I can't remember his name.
I thought some oil people were going to bid in or jump in, and he said, I'll make them double it. Of course, China could be doing this all a bunch of crap, kind of like, was it India was doing some AI thing, some shopping thing, but it was actually people on cameras watching everything?
Yeah, I don't follow all the technicalities and the ins and outs of the AI. I know just enough about it to be dangerous.
Kind of like China's whatever 5th or 6th generation airplane they showed it's going to go into space and do this and that. Yeah, I'll believe that when I see it.
Well, it's been the new shiny object. I mean, it's not unusual for the market to embrace a friend, or some people might even call this a bubble. I don't know if that's true or not, but it's typical of the stock market to seize on something, and then like a flock of birds, everybody kind of swarms to it and piles on, and they ride that wave until it's reached apogee, no longer has the ability to climb, and then you have keeping with the aviation metaphors, it'll eventually the aircraft will stall and begin to fall, and that might be what we're seeing here. I mean, for starters, anyone who's not familiar with NVIDIA, they need to go and look at it and take a look at what it's done price-wise and with market cap and in terms of valuations, price to earnings, all of that, and look at it, and it's breathtaking what that stock has done in the course of about 3 or 4 years. And then you have to ask yourself, how long do people think that was going to continue?
I gritted my teeth last night and wrote Casey a note of congratulations on the Chiefs going to the Super Bowl.
Fuck them guys. I saw too much bullshit. I wouldn't give a bucket of piss to watch a fucking NFL game. It all shit looks so crooked to me, it's not even funny.
But even though I hate the Chiefs and the Steelers and the Patriots and the Donkeys, I always in the shadow of Al Davis, I always go AMC in the Super Bowl. So I hope they win.
We live in a world of abundant technology with lasers, microchips. We can measure things down to incredibly small scale and in precise detail. We've got games where these guys you got 2 refs, one on each side of the field, and both of them having differing opinion. One guy says first down, the other guy says doesn't. And then they get together and then they discuss it, and you're thinking to yourself, how ridiculous that shit is.
Oh, I'm convinced John McEnroe probably would have number 2 or 3 grand slams if you'd have taken out the judge's emotions with him and just had scoring that way, all ins and out, strictly with the computer. Well, he's getting frustrated because he can see it, and they're pissed at him because he's just too obnoxious. All those tennis players know when it's in or out. They can see it. They've been playing since they were damn 4 years old.
They've kind of made a mockery of the entire game. This whole concept of protecting quarterbacks and all that shit is, before they get done with it, it's going to be a little more than a damn some sort of a ballet out there. Thank you, love. Although it's yielded quite a bit of funny stuff, the memes. I saw one last night where Kevin Hart is one of my wife's favorite comedians. They had Kevin, I don't know if it's Saturday Night Live or where, but they had Kevin Hart pretending to be an NFL quarterback, and they were showing how they were to be tackled. 2 guys grabbed him and picked him up, and it was like putting a little child down for a nap. It was real. They made a lot of fun out of it.
Hockey and, well, I mean, a basketball game could just be 2-minute halves. All it is fouls the last minute of the game anyway. Hockey and UFC are the only things left. I'm still just in awe of when Hayden and I went to UFC. That was an incredible incredible thing to see. Has NVIDIA been halted today?
No, I don't think so.
I saw the VIX jump up to 21 real quick. I was laughing before the market opened. Right now. Oh, everything's better. It's back down to 18.7. Nothing to see here. Hey, Bitcoin sure has been making some crazy swings.
Yeah, it can't decide if it wants to shit or get off the pot.
I just hit the 5-day and it's like, wow.
JJ, have you watched the stock retail video?
really hope this AI thing takes off a little bit more, because when these scam healthcare, I owe money to somebody comes up on my phone, I'd like to be able to interact a little bit more with the scumbags.
Bless you, honey. CNBC says the VIX has hit its highest level since December 20th.
That green candle that's at the very beginning of the...
I thought it said 21.6. I guess it peaked at 22 something. I was shocked when I saw it that big a candle.
Sorry. Phone.
Video has fallen below its 200-day moving average for the first time in 2 years, according to CNBC. So it's all about the news today.
Alright. Well, I'm here at work. I'm going to go in the office today. I'll try to be a little more present. Sorry if been out.
Yeah, do your thing, man. Real life comes first. We know.
Yes, sir.
We know the rules.
So I thought this morning we had a little movement up on Amy for a second. And I was like, but fell back. But we'll see what happens. I hear something about some swaps coming due or something this week. Or I don't know for sure. That's what I just heard. Otherwise, I'll be alert. But have a good day. Otherwise, I'll talk to y'all soon.
We'll see, bud. One of the funnier things I read was somebody, obviously with this AI originating from Chinese mainland, somebody had the presence of mind to immediately ask their reasoning engine a simple question. Tell me what you know about Tiananmen Square. And it was funny. They showed the screenshot of it. The algo said, I don't know quite how to answer that. We'll have to discuss this at length. It was like a non-answer answer. It shows you that even with the artificial intelligence, they can build a bias into it that has a political bent. Which kind of flies in the face of artificial intelligence, doesn't it? How can it be thinking for itself if you program it how to give the answers? Or what the answer will be on any given question. Greg Nation said it's going to be sweet watching Kevin Hart's little ass go down in the P. Diddy shit. Yeah, I don't keep up with all that. I'm not particularly interested in it, so I don't know if he had any involvement, or if he did, to what extent he was involved. But I know it's Mrs. Pirate's one of her favorite comedians. She thinks he's riotously funny, and I would agree with her. He's not my favorite. I don't think he's as good as Cat Williams, some of the others that I follow, but he's a funny dude. Raya said Kevin Hart and The Rock together is comedy gold. Yeah, some of their they make a good little combination time to time. And it says, I hope he's not a diddy diddler. Yeah, we live in an age, Dennis, where like everybody's just casting all sorts of accusations around. All sorts of shit, man. And it's guilt until proven innocent. All sorts of stuff. Character assassinations. And the attempts to, what do they call it, canceling people and, destroy people. And so much of it is done just on innuendo and rumor and all that. And I find all of that just distasteful. Andy Dynamite said I got him over there making eggs and smoky links with all the spam talk earlier. Yeah, good for you, Mike. I enjoyed mine. I had some buttered toast and some spam. Of course, Diesel got his fair share of it, and I encourage others to follow that example if you have the ingredients. I got into a pretty heated debate with somebody on Twitter yesterday. I think it was yesterday or last night. Some asshole going on a rant about how he couldn't understand how apes could support Adam Aaron, going on and on about trying to paint him with a pedophile brush. That's a particularly nasty thing to say about a man, and I wouldn't hold him for it. And I tried to be as respectful as I could in offering a counter argument. He was going on and on and on about the whole thing. Back when Adam Aaron, they tried to blackmail him, something about nude pictures of a ballerina, and I guess she was 17, I don't know. But the point was he kept throwing the word pedophile around. I said, you're trying to paint this man like he was out chasing around some 7 or 8 year old girls or doing some sort of really dark and nasty evil shit. And I said, it's just unacceptable. And he kept going on this whole tear. He went on this whole tear about how is 17 not illegal. I said, I get it. It's illegal. She said 17, she's illegal. And the minute the clock strikes 12 and she turns 18, she is instantly a full-grown woman, and everything's fair game. My problem was I just hate it when people seize on the pedophile word. It's kind of like the racism word and all that sort of thing. It's real easy to destroy a man with the use of that word, when it doesn't mean, and it was applied to Adam Aaron, it doesn't mean what people thinks it means. And that was what I took issue with. I was like, you don't find it the least bit disingenuous that you're trying to paint a picture of this man of being something other than what he wasn't. I had to point out the fact that Tracy Lords, one of the most famous porn actresses to ever take her clothes off and hump for money on camera, the very last video she ever made, the very last porno that she filmed was the only one that she did when she was 18. She lied about her age the entire time, claimed to be 18 and not 17. They sold millions of copies of her videos because people like to watch her go about her business, because she was, quite frankly, every schoolboy's dream. Looked like the head, the prettiest girl on the cheerleading squad. And of course, guys lived through that fantasy and watched all that, and it sold, I don't know how many millions of dollars of copies of that were made. Now, to be fair, she lied about her age. She had a fake passport. She had a fake birth certificate. And she lied. She claimed to be 18, but she was 17. And my argument is that's a whole different thing. That 18 to 17 distinction and all the fuckery that goes on right there is distinctly different than a man who's committing sexual crimes against little kids. And I think it's disgusting that they try to paint him with that brush. I probably made a mistake, because I probably should have just ignored the guy. Casey would have chastised me for it. He said, you're just giving the guy the engagement that he wants. But it's difficult for me when I read something like that just to click and move on, because it's harmful. I couldn't understand. I asked the guy point blank, I'm like, he claimed to be an ape and one about all this other shit. I'm like, dude, how does any of this help us with our investments, or how does it help AMC grow? But he tried to act like he was on some sort of fucking moral high horse, that he was on a crusade to save children from the abuses of pedophilia. And again, it was like always in an effort to try to paint Adam Aaron is some sort of evil monster. It was disgusting. And I went about it in the most respectful manner I could, because I didn't think just calling him filthy names and was going to get anywhere. I wanted to make well-written and well-worded arguments about how what he was doing was wrong. I hope I was successful in that. I don't know. But looking back on it, I probably would have been better served just to ignore the dumbass and move on. One of these guys, his main theme was, I don't know how you follow somebody like that, or how you continue to support. Then he tried to attack me personally, like, go ahead, I want to see you defend a pedophile. And that's when you know you're dealing with somebody who's not really going to debate in a respectful manner. They're going to try to make it a personal attack. I'm like, there's no evidence he was ever charged with pedophilia. He wasn't convicted, because he was never charged to begin with. So you're lying about somebody and he kept going around, but these are facts. I'm like, no, the fact is you're accusing a man of participating in something that he didn't, and you're using it to disparage his character, and it can destroy value in the company's stock. And I said, it just seems a little bit nasty, but I'm sure it came from someone, just another example of somebody who's done very little with their life, has little to show for it. I did try to call him out on what I would assume. I think I was accurate. I said, I'm going to go on a wild guess here. I said, I don't mean any disrespect, but I'm just going to assume you're down a whole bunch. So I just kind of chalked him up as one of those people who's down 90%. He probably put more at risk than he could have. So he's got his tit in a ringer, and he's pissed off about it, and he's looking for somebody to hold, to blame or be angry with. I pressed that issue to him, and he refused to answer it, which was kind of an answer in and of itself. Twisty said, according to CNN, Mexico president claims that they have received more than 4,000 deportees from the U.S. Well, that's a nice start. The biggest thing, Twisty, that's beneficial is that people realize, A, the border's closed, and B, doesn't do you any good to get here because you're just going to get sent home. That goes a long ways towards stopping more of the same. People have been saying this for years. It's really kind of obvious. I know, Mike, I've heard numbers that say it could be as much as 10 million. Yep. One thing's for certain, if you work in construction, you're going to see there's a real strong likelihood that your pay will go up, and it should go up a lot. You're no longer going to have to compete with people who are willing to work for much cheaper wages just because they come from a culture that doesn't have much. You take people from, the impoverished areas of Mexico, where there's almost zero opportunity for employment. Combine that with the fact that they can live pretty well in their country for very little American dollars. Then you allow them to come to the United States and work. It stands to reason that they're going to be willing to work for far less than anybody else, because for their particular situation, it's an upgrade. And I can understand why they would do that. I would be right in there with them. but that doesn't make it right or beneficial for Americans. So it's my hope that you'll see these construction companies that are going to have they're going to have to do the same work with less personnel. They're going to be real eager to hang on to the people that are here legally and that they don't have to worry about being deported and that have the same skills. So I would think that they would show them some love in the form of better pay. And then, of course, it's just the supply of demand. Laws of supply and demand are going to kick in if those construction companies need help as a result of the recent deportations. The only way you can get more help is to pay more. You got several companies competing for the same carpenter. The carpenter is going to benefit from that. So the very things that depressed his wages, immigration, I should say, that pendulum will swing the other direction now, and he'll benefit from that. So I'm looking forward to seeing that happen. I made some posts when I was on some of my gummy-induced Twitter rants about 6 months ago. I said, if you're in the business that relies heavily on immigrant labor, you might do well to have a plan in place, a plan B, or a well thought out strategy for how you're going to deal for the sudden need for legal help. And I don't know if I had a positive impact on any business owners or not. I'd hope that my caution didn't fall completely on deaf ears, because here we are. I hope they finish Mrs. Pirate's swimming pool and the new pavers before they deport the crews from over this part of town. I need to get my shit across the finish line before it all goes to hell. Isn't that the way it is? That's pretty much that's how it is. It's all about who benefits, and most of your attitudes are aligned to how it impacts you personally. So I'm all for deporting the illegal immigrants. Just let them finish my swimming pool first. I got a laugh out of Dynamite, so I'll take that as a win. Spam hit him hard. Here comes your girlfriend. Got a chuckle out of Gray Leaf. Gray Leaf, Mike, and the rest of you, I said the same thing. It's even about, they talk all this talk about wiping out student debt. It's wrong. It's bullshit. It is completely, it's just, I can't begin to tell you how bad and unfair it is. But I'm all for it. I got both my boys have loads of student debt. The one, in his effort to become an attorney, is right in the heat of battle right now. My oldest has already graduated, but he still has a shit ton of debt, and then adding to it while he finishes up. So it's wrong. It's a real middle finger to working people who just come out of high school like I did and go to work. People who took on jobs and paid for school as they went. It's just wrong, and I couldn't be more clear. But make no mistake about it, if those son of a bitches send me a letter tomorrow and tell me they're going to pay off my kid's student debt, I'll sign that son of a bitch so fast it'll make your head spin. Because in the end, everybody does what's best for themselves. I mean, that's human nature. It doesn't make it right, but it's a perfect example of how, we'll all hold beliefs on what we believe is moral and right, but when it comes down to it, we're going to do, in the end, we're going to do what's best for each and every one of us. My favorite soundbite was the guy who buttonholed Pocahontas. You got old Elizabeth Warren, which, if you don't know, she was a educator, college professor, some horse shit, but she was in all that other foolishness, grift known as the American college situation. But she was pressed by a guy. He said, how do you explain to me where he's like, we didn't take vacations. I drove a used car. My daughter got a job. She paid for her school. He's like, is she going to get all her money back? And Elizabeth Warren was like, well, no. He's like, so once again, you fuck us. He didn't say it. He didn't drop the F-bomb, but they screw the person who does the right thing and reward the person who takes the easy path. I'm not saying it's a bad thing to take on the loans, but you take on the loans. They're yours. You don't take on the loans and get the education and then ask somebody else to pay for it. It's laughable when you hear it said out loud. Stop it, Grayleaf. You're going to make me blush. It's very kind of you, though. Thank you so very much. It's nice to be appreciated, and I do my level best. He's sitting out there on that edge. Yeah, it says nice name, blushing pirate. It doesn't exactly scream masculinity and tough guy, does it? Most of my philosophies, Grayleaf, are grounded in fairness. It's just, it seems to me like, regardless of what your religious ideas are, your thoughts on that, or your thoughts about business or how society should be run, I would like to think that reasonable people would agree that at its core, things need to be fair. But I guess that's the hook, isn't it? What one person's definition of fair is may not necessarily align with another. It brings to mind the whole accusations of when people talk about they want the rich to pay their fair share. Just dawned on me that the whole concept of what's fair is a moving target. VIX has risen 25% today alone. That's some volatility. Greg Leaf says, so I might be practicing with a live chart. Worked okay in private mode. No music or any frills, but it's a start. Thanks again for the subs, everyone. You're welcome, Greg Leaf, and congratulations on making some progress towards your content. If you can get a live chart on your screen while you stream live, then you will have surpassed my abilities by a furlong. I have no ability to produce anything visually. I don't have live stream capabilities. Basics is the best I can do. I don't have OBS, not OBS, but Streamlabs and all those other things. My computer just won't support that kind of workload. So I'm forced to make the best I did, make do with what I can, and that's the microphone and the microphone alone. It's good to know that you've already got that ability, because that's one of the key components. People like to be able to glance up and see a chart, or at a minimum see the price action as it rises and falls. So it sounds like you're well on your way. And she says she did it on her iPad, but she does want to go with Windows and a grown-up laptop. Yeah, that's when I stream. The very few times I've been pressed into service, I just use my iPad. I don't even turn the camera on. I'm not particularly pleasing to look at any longer. There was a time when I didn't necessarily scare all the ladies off, but I just, there's no value in just me sitting here with a camera on my face. So more often than not, I just reverse the camera and let it display the dog on the floor or TV in the background or something along those lines. But it's just a way to provide anything other than a black screen, something with some movement on it that'll allow people to understand, that will make it clear that the stream is running. But my goal has always been real, very singular, just to have the live chart, the live chat up so that people can communicate and hang out. That's why I usually position myself last, the line of succession. If you see me streaming, it means we've scraped the bottom of the barrel as far as providers go. You're welcome, greatly. That's right, man. Socks and stocks. Better. No need for anyone to be tortured with my countenance. I don't brush my hair most days. Rarely trim my beard. Fairly fastidious with my hygiene. I mean, I'm all about cleanliness and all that. Shower, shine and shave, shampoo and what have you. And of course, to flash a little bit of stink pretty on every once in a while. Keep Mrs. Pirate happy when she's kissing and hugging. But it doesn't. My hygiene doesn't translate over the video. So I'm better left behind the cameras. What do they say? A face made for radio, as they say. Just lost that 27 handle on GameStop, fell at 26.97 and falling. You're fine.
Welcome back. That's a little bit of feel good, isn't it? We'll see at 2 o'clock. They're soaked in gasoline or running with matches, man. Good. I'm glad you got it. Sorry for the bad day. Yeah, 16.72% down. And it's pretty painful. Somebody puts up, Munson put NVIDIA CEOs lost over $18 billion in net worth today so far. I don't know if that's true or not, but that sounds like a painful situation.
Poor Bill Wang. They're liable to cut his electric off this month. How's he gonna make rent?
Bill Wang's already in jail, isn't he?
Oh, that's right. I got my CEOs mixed up. Who's the CEO of NVIDIA?
I don't know if I can say his name or not. I don't remember it, but.
Oh, Wang. I got my Wang messed up. Wango Tango. Yeah, Jensen Huang.
Yeah. Interesting. They don't do that, do they? Probably don't even know each other's phone number. I doubt they ever talk.
Well, the news cycle's pretty much dominated by the DeepSeek R1 thing right now, and then of course you still have the ever-present deportations, the ongoing drama that provides a lot of stuff over here right now. Yeah, I think I saw that. That's made the rounds a few days ago. Pretty interesting. Yeah, like a laser.
Is that what they're saying all the fires were started by? Yeah, I watched something yesterday. It was a conspiracy theorist kind of thing talking about that they think that by the looks of some of the burns in California, they said it looks like they were started with microwaves. I don't know that to be true, but it's interesting.
Yeah, that's what I would anticipate. I even commented on a few of those. I said, the only thing you didn't include in here was what the fine's going to be. When they say, oh, you're not in compliance. And they're like, whoopsie, my bad. My secretary was supposed to do that. Well, how much do I owe you? And they're like, $10. All right, well, I'll send that right over. Can I give you $100 and just consider me paid up for the next 10 violations? Or do I need to pay as I go? That's how it'll be. That's a big buy.
Blue is it.
Darius, did you send your change orders to your pool contractor yet? No. Oh, I didn't know. I didn't know if it was all done via email or how you guys were communicating. Oh, is that where you guys are going today? Well, that's good. She's trying to talk you into staying. Is that the company that has the office by Fred Eater's old place? Big volume spike on AMC there. Corresponding red 8 candle down to 334. Big volume spike. Yeah, 200. I served like you said, a little north of 200,000 in a single minute. Yep. 1 minute candle showed 200,000 shares in 60 seconds. Yeah, well, I have to estimate it because it's only mine shows 50, 100, 150. So I kind of filled in the blanks and played it loose and fast with a few there, but I knew it was. Yeah. Man, the first 4 hours of the day just zoomed past. Battle Buddy going with you. Yeah, I mentioned that earlier, Pro Jeweler, for something that's supposed to be the very definition of artificial intelligence is that it's supposed to think for itself, arrive at its own conclusions, and all that sort of thing. And the Tiananmen Square question sure brings to light at least what appears to be a bias that's programmed into it. I've said many times, how can it be autonomous? How can it think for itself if it's nothing more than a reflection of, if it gives the answers that are pre-programmed into it? It's not thinking for itself. It's just regurgitating whatever facts were already put into place. But even if that's not the case, it sure appears to be the case that the algorithms or the computer language, whatever, the code is written in a fashion that allows it to be controlled somewhat on certain topics. No other explanation is logical. So not a good look, is it? Pro Jeweler says the AI news story was a cover to rape the market of its value by market makers. I don't know, Pro Jeweler. Usually you and I are in lockstep, but on this one I probably disagree with you because I don't know how the stock market can make the Chinese Communist Party do their bidding. Seems a bit, that might be a bridge too far for me. I don't know how that would happen. How market makers, even somebody like Ken Griffin or the rest of them, how they would go about enlisting the help of Chinese to rape the market, unless I guess you could make an argument that they would help because it's harmful to America. Maybe, I don't know. I think that it's worth noting, Pro Jeweler, that I don't think it's just a news story. It's not just a story. Well, I guess it is a story. but I don't think it's just a rumor or one of those things that's put out there for dramatic effect. I think unless the stuff I'm reading is completely off base, I think it's just one of those black swan events that come along that nobody planned for, and it shows you how quickly things can change in the investing world, how quickly something can fall out of favor. It's been my humble opinion that for some time that the levels currently enjoyed by NVIDIA were unsustainable. There was no justification for it to trade and enjoy the market cap that it had. The party had to end somewhere or another. If it weren't this event, then some other. But I don't know how it could have continued the rate it was. Yeah, he said, well, if they didn't know about it, think of all the leverage they're losing in their equity stocks. Yep. Of course, if they had the presence of mind just before they made the big news drop to go ahead and short the fuck out of NVIDIA, then a fortune was just made. I mean, if the Chinese knew that they were going to do the news drop, they knew that it was going to be accepted as factual because they did the whole open AI, the whole open source and all of that. I guess maybe it was like shooting fish in a barrel. They opened up some giant short positions on NVIDIA, dropped the news. We all saw what happened. And all those shorts that were done are incredibly profitable at the moment. Hey, Jesse, set that out there for me, please. Right on time.
Right on time.
Ruled out. The governor says he can't get a straight answer out of anybody.
I want to get the answers. And I wasn't getting up. You can't with you wasn't getting.
Good luck. No, I was gonna say I never did see anything pop up. I don't know. I didn't know if I just missed it on my end, if I was momentarily distracted or what.
Ruled out. The governor says he can't get a straight answer out of anybody.
I want to get the answers. And I wasn't getting up Buchanan with you. Wasn't getting.
George said if this thing drops below $3, I'm selling some gold.
The governor says he can't get a straight
There you
answer
go.
out of anybody.
I want to get the answers. And I wasn't getting up Buchanan with you. Wasn't getting.
Notice the flying over the helicopter. Those chasing the groups. He didn't do it.
Today's going to be an expensive day for me. The wife had to go to the swimming pool construction company office, sign some documents had to be done in the office for building permit, finalize the contract. And while she's there, she has to negotiate some change orders. I know from experience that that never goes well for the guy paying. So I'm going to get kicked in the groin today. Grayleaf, were you able to respond to Preacher and his request as to whether or not you'll be able to go live Wednesday? I know he's asked a couple of times, but I think you're away from your microphone. Is that something you'd be able to do? Make your inaugural effort and stream Wednesday? He'll be gone, so there's going to be an opportunity for somebody there to pick up some slack. Are you ready to give it a shot? There you go, Preacher. There's your answer. She says, sure, I can put up a chart. My pleasure. Well, there you go. And as usual, Grayleaf, you can count on me to be your co-pilot, whatever you want to call it, partner in crime. I'll be there to do as what I normally do, just hang out and chat. But worst case scenario is that if it collapses or falls apart, then I can step in and go live as a replacement, or Papa Mac may be around or somebody else. But that's good. I'm glad to see that you decided to go ahead and take a stab at it. Yeah, you're going to need the ability to link Discord to it. That's critical, because without that, you won't have any. You'll be and that's fine if you're able to carry that load. You'll be left with no communications from anyone, whether it's UPS driver or Quack, Preacher, or myself. Without Discord linked to that, you'll be 100% on your own, which is fine. That's absolutely acceptable. You'll still have the live chat. Just understand that without Discord, we won't be able to contribute. Marvel Tech and Broadcom both falling farther than 18.4 and 18.7% in the red, and still continuing to fall. That's a pretty big haircut.
I had a buy order in for 325. I just canceled it. I'm going to see if she goes lower. Patience, my friend, patience. It'll happen for us.
Saw the birthday for the buy button getting taken away. Popped up, yep.
I see some. Just
That had someone knock at the door and ran to greet them, and it would appear that it's lawn chemical people from ChemLawn or whatever. I guess they let us know that they're out there spraying. I apologize for the abrupt departure, but I'm back. Yeah, Frog, the snow dried up, I guess, the day after the storm. It lasted, but the first full day after the storm had passed, I'd say 70 or 80% of that snow melted and evaporated. Of course, the following day it was completely gone. So it was a short-lived thing. It was fun. It added some drama and some excitement. I did my own chemicals my entire life. Did them here. Managed, thousands of acres. Not thousands, that's not true. Hundreds of acres. Cattle. And despite my best efforts, I couldn't really get the weeds knocked down in my grass and my lawn to the satisfaction of these asshole HOA Nazis. Finally, I got tired of hearing about it and being the whipping boy, so I waved the flag of surrender, and I told the missus, go ahead and hire somebody. Because that was their big thing is that, they'd chastise us or send us a nasty letter, and I'd send them a picture and the receipt of all the chemicals I was buying and how I was putting it down. And that, sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. So I got tired of being the whipping boy. So they're like, well, there's contractors. The implication being I didn't know what I was doing, that if I threw money at it like everybody else in the neighborhood, all would be well. So we signed up for it, and that's been a year. It's been a calendar year. And those weeds are just as bad now as they were from the day I wrote the first check. If anything, I'd argue in some places they're farther. I even asked the guy today, I said, what's up with that? He's like, well, it's tough. They come back. I said, listen, when we first hired you guys, you sprayed stuff and it killed it. And then since then, it's you just put fertilizer down. I said, what's up with the weed prevention? I said, by the way, what chemicals do you guys use? And it should come as nobody's surprise. He didn't know. He started stuttering. He's like, I'm not sure if I can pronounce it. I was like, we don't have to pronounce it. Just give me the brand name. What are you using? Atrazine? What exactly are you putting down? He's like, I don't know. And he's like, I don't feel good today either. And I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ. And I was like, okay, man. I just walked back in the house. So I'm like, all right, calm down, pirate. Just because the nitwit that they pay to come out here and spray the shit doesn't know the name doesn't necessarily mean that they don't know what they're doing. But I find myself making excuses for people, and I say to myself, none of my affair. As long as the HOA is off my ass and Mrs. Pirate's off my ass, then so be it. I'm by no means an expert, but I think, according to what I've read, what little bit I know about the insurance industry, the number one reason they cancel these policies is because they have pricing caps. The governments, the state governments, vote and enact laws, and apparently some of them, those laws dictate how much insurance companies can charge for, fire hazard or what have you. And if the insurance company does a risk analysis and says that if a fire occurs, they're not going to have enough money to pay or whatever, or for whatever reason they think the risk is too high, then they're left with no other option than to cancel the policies. They can't raise the price enough. People would bitch about that, and I would too if they come in and said, listen, we're going to double your policy because at your current rate, we're going to lose if this place burns. So we need to double the price. That would be bad enough. You could either say, well, you're fired, or I'll go find insurance elsewhere, or you can be mad and pay it. But when they put a price cap on, it prevents those insurance companies from raising the prices. The insurance company they have one of two choices: stay and hope that they never have to make the claims, or leave and lose the premiums. They don't want to lose the premiums. They love to see that money flow into them. So I don't think it's in their best interest to cancel policies. What they really want to do is raise the prices. And if the statutes won't allow them to raise the prices, then what they're doing is saying, well, I'll take my toys and go home. Now, maybe there's some gamesmanship playing here. Maybe they figure if they cancel enough policies, enough people get their tit in a ringer, that eventually they will remove the price caps and allow them to charge more. Maybe that's the 3D chess they're playing. I don't know. But there's really no such thing as uninsured. If a State Farm, for instance, cancels your insurance, your bank will buy a policy for you. They'll just pay twice as much as they should. It'll be whatever you were paying before, it'll be way higher, and then they just add it to what you owe them. Every mortgage has language drawn up in it that allows them the right to do just that. So it's going to be interesting, to say the least, to see what happens with the insurance industry going forward in the United States. That's good to know. I take heart. I've always had a lot of respect for TMI. I said he's one of the few guys I would let run money for me, my own money. And it's nice to hear that his thoughts are in line with mine on the matter. I take comfort in that. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that crazy shit. Yeah. Yeah. That was the smartest thing he ever did. He's like, yeah, I don't agree with all this, and I'm out. Smart young man. Very smart.
He did start a Discord with that review dork guy, though, where they would go.
Yeah, it was a collaborative effort. There were about 4 of them. There were about 3 or 4 of them that were involved in that, and it was. I think TMI realized immediately that he had made a grievous error, and he backed away from it very quickly. That review dork is about as nasty as a piece of work as they get. I've known men like him my entire life, and he is bad fucking news.
Has anybody talked about the retail stock video this weekend? Or stock retail?
JJ the jet plane watched it. He was, to say the least, seemed animated about it. He sent me a text, asked me if I'd seen it, and I told him no, I don't. And it's not anything for or against retail stock. I've just never followed all of the creators. It's just never been my habit, so I couldn't speak to it, and I had no desire to look at it. But whatever it was that he saw, he seemed to think it had some value to it. I asked him to give me the highlights, and JJ just said that it was full of kind of conspiracy type things, but he said he had some receipts and proof to back some of it up, or a lot of it up. And that was where he left it. Well, everybody quit tiptoeing around it and give us the gist of it. What's the implication? What was he implying? Or if he didn't imply it, what was he saying on, first of all, JJ told me it was like 90 minutes long. I'm like, I'm not sitting through an hour and a half of somebody blathering on and on and on. So surely somebody in here has enough intellectual horsepower to distill that down into a few bullet points. What was the facts that he was trying to get across?
What I got out of it, Pirate, was that Mark Coyotes and Trey were the beginning of the downfall, essentially, and that they were, I guess, coercing people from the beginning. You know,
Coercing who? Coercing who?
Retail into buying. As to whether or not, you know, I that's probably about all I can say, because that's about what I got out of it. Was that that he and Trey originally had kind of talked about, you know, what's going down, what's happening. And he said he felt like he'd been slighted, and then come to find out that Trey and Mark Coyotes were in cahoots from the beginning, whatever that meant. That's kind of what I got out of it. That's what I remember.
So it's all just a pissing contest on who's the most important content provider? Is that what it's all about? It seems like these guys are in a constant joust on who's going to be the biggest fly on the turd. I don't get it.
He brought up that Trey basically was a big no vote pusher for the first dilution that I guess most of retail voted against. And he's got like receipts to show that Trey flipped. And then, you know, KC sent out a tweet the other day, and you could see that Trey posted some, or DM KC some stuff where, like, he's basically like, hey, these guys are dumb. They're just going to keep holding on to this shit. Let's play the other side. So, you know, I guess Trey's just a big old piece of crap. And then he was saying how he believes Bigums is part of the gang. But I don't know. I kind of tend to believe Bigums is more against banking, and I don't see his nefarious side. So I don't know. But I guess I learned, you know, there's some evil people in here, and we just got to keep our eyes open all the time.
Go for it, man. Go for it.
Poobahs of the stock market keep creating easier access to this wealth machine, yet somehow always still manage to be the greatest beneficiaries of that wealth. Perhaps if we examine exactly what happens when you buy a stock through Robinhood, we can understand the system a bit better. I'd pick up my phone and I'd hit the old Robinhood buy button and boom, my order doesn't go to the stock exchange because of something called payment for order flow. My order somehow goes to this other company no one's heard of called Citadel. They're a middleman known as a market maker. They match buyers to sellers. And they have paid Robinhood hundreds of millions of dollars for the privilege of processing the order. And then Citadel, or any market maker, still doesn't have to take that order to the stock exchange. They just match it to other orders they've also already paid for. Or they slip the order into what are called dark pools. And dark pools are private exchanges where the big boys trade stocks in the dark. Yes, the actual name of that is dark pools. They named it dark pools. How fucking invincible do you have to feel to name the place where you conduct your least transparent business dealings dark pools? Thank you for your order. I'll just take it down to my chamber of schemes. So now we know why Robinhood is free to use. They're being paid hundreds of millions of dollars by middlemen for the privilege of processing stock orders. So we know who their real boss is. But why the fuck would these guys pay hundreds of millions of dollars for that privilege? Let's ask Citadel CEO Ken Griffin.
Payment for order flow is a cost to me.
Oh, well, yes, it costs you hundreds of millions of dollars. Why would you do it?
we want to hold on to this democratization of finance that's taken place. If payment for order flow helps to maintain that as a reality, I think that's good for everybody.
You're a really good person. See, Ken Griffiths, he's just a nice guy. He's going broke to create this democratization of markets. Obviously not that broke. He does live in literally the most expensive house in the history of the United States of America, and also spends time at his other house here, and this other one here, and then there's this one here, and of course, any of these here. You know what? Fuck this guy. So what's really going on here? How do these particular middlemen even make money?
Say, Jason, you want to buy a stock for $10, and Caroline, you're selling it for $9.99. Well, they'll internalize that trade, and they'll make a cent per share. It doesn't sound like a lot, but if you do it enough over and over again, those pennies add up.
Huh. So for every trade, they're skimming pennies off the top. How many fucking pennies put you in all those houses? Let's break this down. First of all, the hundreds of millions that Citadel kicks back to Robinhood should be going to the retail investors, or at least a cut of it. And the pennies they're scooping on price differential should also be going to the retail investors. I mean, who came up with payment for order flow? Bernie Madoff? Yes, it was actually Bernie Madoff. It was literally Bernie Madoff who came up with payment for order flow. It was Bernie Madoff. Bernie Madoff came up with payment for let me, do you know the name Bernie Madoff? Bernie Madoff came up with payment for order flow. That's the business model that all these guys are working on. Bernie Madoff. Bernie Madoff! This should be illegal, which, by the way, it is in many other countries. Somebody should really tell the Securities and Exchange Commission about this, and it turns out somebody did. In 2004, a whistleblower wrote a letter to the SEC saying payment for order flow lacks transparency, is anti-competitive, and creates an obvious and substantial conflict of interest between brokers and their customers, and should be banned altogether. Pray tell, unmask the hero of our tale, the brave whistleblower from the year 2004. It is Citadel Investment Group. It appears that these companies don't so much want to democratize the stock market as bring in chump money for their penny game. So what might happen, though, if these new chumps bringing in all this new money got wise?
Small investors banding together to take on big firms by running up the stock price of video game seller GameStop.
It's a stock worth just a few bucks a year ago and closed at $347. If you invested $5,000 into GameStop just 2 weeks ago, you would have made more than $86,000. The hedge funds that bet against it have lost billions.
A bunch of Reddit users harnessed years of advanced meme training to realize that the company GameStop was being massively shorted by hedge funds. Basically, hedge funds placed giant bets that GameStop's price would go down. The Reddit users thought, well, geez, why don't we all just get together and short squeeze them, drive the price up, hold the stock, make a little money, and as a consequence, force those hedge funds into massive losses. And it worked really well.
Discount online brokerage Robinhood barred users without warning from buying new shares of GameStop.
I opened up the app. I saw that you could no longer press the buy button in Robinhood. And I said, holy.
Don't be coy. Holy what? Holy what? What'd you say? Cock? Did you say cock? Why would Robinhood halt buying GameStop but not selling it? They said it was because they received a call from their clearinghouse, from their bookie, who said, they're on the way to the house. Get the fuck out of the house. They're in a black Lincoln Continental. But other people were suspicious for a couple of reasons. One being a hedge fund called Melvin Capital, which racked up billions of dollars of losses in the GameStop frenzy, received a bailout from none other than Citadel Hedge Fund, the utterly unrelated hedge fund owned by the same people who own Citadel Securities, which is the payment for order flow company that handles Robinhood orders. And if this sounds insane, it's because it's insane, which really has to make you wonder, how dark are these fucking pools? And here's the kicker. This payment for order flow situation and GameStop mess are the part of the American stock market that is the most transparent, well-regulated, and straightforward part of our entire market system. There's a whole other back room of derivatives and swaps and less transparent transactions with even more fuckery, subsidized by public union pension funds. It's unsustainable. One could compare it to the subprime mortgage market that has capacity to blow up the world economy. We will never understand all of it.
It got shut down. It said stream for policy violations. We were watching a clip, JJ, but he just got whacked.
Stop shorting thing.
Yeah, man.
What the hell is AMC doing?
Show me the.
Well, I've never seen that clip. I've never seen that clip either. That was some good stuff. I can't believe that was on Jon Stewart's show.
That's why they whacked.
That's some good exposure.
What were you guys watching?
It was a clip from Jon Stewart's late night talk show, how he was making fun of the dark pools and Citadel and everything. I'd never seen it before. I can't believe it's escaped my discerning eyes and this long, but I was enjoying it a great deal. But just about the time you popped in, the stream got shut down.
What does that do to your account?
I get some sort of. He's not monetized, so they're not going to take his monetization away. But it's funny, they didn't even do a warning or anything. They just said shut it down.
Apparently, I don't know in the market. I saw where somebody put in the on the text that whoever the guy is in charge of NVIDIA lost $18 billion. Of course, he didn't lose unless he sold. But I guess I don't know enough about all this AI stuff.
Hey, Captain Hayden, stand by for just a second. What are we going to do about this, Richard? Do you want to try to relaunch the stream, or do you want me to try to go live? What are we going to do here? Okay, yeah, all right. Yep, I'm back up as well. Yep, there we go. Very well. Sorry for the interruption. I'm Hayden. Please continue.
Oh, so I'm guessing that, I don't know, is all AI the same? Is one AI thing smarter than the other?
Yes. To answer your question, they're not all this. No, they're not all the same. That's the whole idea. It's who can come up with the best program that meets all the goals in the cheapest manner.
I mean, doesn't eventually they all become just as smart?
Well, that's a philosophical question. Right, yeah. To answer your question, Captain, there's like Grok is different than Chat GPT. Those are two separate AI tools, the way I understand it, and they're different, and one's better than the other. So there's going to be a competition towards whose supercomputer is the smartest. And it's like Preacher said, the way these things learn, and I know just enough to be dangerous. The way they learn is that these computers are bombarded with information. They feed everything into it that they can. It's like a giant black hole of information. It sucks in anything that can be provided for it, whether it's photographic, written, sound, anything. It's all dumped into it. And then the way the programs are written is that it's supposed to learn from that. If enough people say that 2 and 2 is 4, the computer begins to understand it just because there's so much information out there that lends credence to that. Now, having said that, it's like what Preacher just said. If you have a system that's being taught, for instance, that, I don't know, all whites are evil. If enough of that is put into the system, then that system will pick that up as a truth, and it will build on that. So until the machine reaches the point where it's completely autonomous and it starts to make its own decisions, it's relying on all this input that's put into it. Just like when Papa Mac makes a song by he provides all the lyrics, but the computer makes the song. Well, the simple fact of the matter is Papa Mac has really the biggest influence on what that song is about. The AI right now, the AI just puts it in what's recognized as a song format. And to some extent, I think that's kind of where they're at. But
So the AI stuff doesn't just comb the net, start ingesting information, and as questions come in, it doesn't take the question and go, all right, there's 15 different answers for this, and then combines them.
I don't know how all of it works. I haven't done a deep dive into it. I just know that it takes in information, and it's just like a child that sits in a room who's taught things. It just happens at a 1,000 times faster rate. They're teaching this computer everything that's known, like a Renoir painting and a Van Gogh painting is good, and then it shows a picture of the painting, and all that stuff goes in there. And then later on down the road, the way I understand it is, eventually that computer is supposed to look at your painting that you do. And it's supposed to use, I would imagine it uses what it knows because it's been taught that a Van Gogh painting is good. It's going to maybe perhaps compare your painting to the Van Gogh painting, and then it'll decide whether or not yours is up to snuff or not. And there again, that's just a guess on my part. I have no knowledge. I don't think most people know how all this works. But the general idea is to create a computer that thinks for itself. Up till now, computers do nothing more than spit out what's put into them.
My thought was they should all become the same.
Preacher sits down, he writes a code. The computer just adds up pluses and zeros and does what it's programmed to do. No different than a fucking horse pulling a plow. It's just taught. Their goal is to have a computer that literally thinks for itself.
Well, that was my idea. My thought was eventually they all become the same. And the only difference would be is which one has more memory, and the more memory means you have the more information. And that's why I was wondering if this is why the China one took off, because, like you said, they spent less money.
I don't think it's about memory. It's not about memory. It's about computing power. And maybe if you ask it a question, the computer's big enough to consider every possible scenario. And then it uses things like the laws of probability, math, all those things together to ferret out what is the quote unquote the right answer. I don't think it's a function of just a memory. In fact, that defeats what it is. They're not working towards a memory bank. They're looking towards something that makes decisions on its own. But the same way you make decisions, your decisions that you make are based on your experience. When you encounter an issue in that airplane that you fly, if an anomaly pops up, your first thing you do is draw on your experience. Well, what are your experiences? Other flights. So they're trying to replicate that in a machine.
Well, isn't experience the amount of memory you have.
Exactly.
So isn't it a memory item with these AI things? The more that they can pack into it,
that's a good
the more
point.
memory it has.
Yeah.
That's why I was wondering if it's this chip thing. Is NVIDIA saying our chips are so good that our AI will be able to hold this much, like you said, pirate experience? But China said, nope. We have it this way. Our chips are less expensive, but yet ours are doing the same thing. That's the only reason I was wondering. Is why NVIDIA would go down, and like you made the simile earlier, that they didn't need a spaceship to get to Mars. They did it with an airplane, and the airplanes are cheaper. And I kind of was going, well, if all the AI ends up, being close, then I guess the person that could make it cheaper. But that's what I was wondering, Preacher, does AI run around the entire internet, or is the AI in its own area? You know what I mean?
Well, I think it's a combination. It's a combination of they feed things into it. I've heard about guys that are going around trying to round up old VHS tapes, analog music, cassettes, magazines, books that are out of print that never reached enough popularity that they were converted to digital format. And they're insistent that they want to include all of that because it helps the machine learn. But right, racks of servers. Imagine how many times jokes have run afoul on here. One of the first things I had to learn was that dry humor doesn't translate on the chat, and that sarcasm doesn't translate. Imagine, and we have the ability to understand nuance and subtlety and all of those things, and we still misconstrue messages back and forth, and we're humans. But they're expecting a computer to know the difference between someone who is moaning in pain or moaning in ecstasy. See that, and that's where it gets really complicated. But the idea is, I don't know, I'm sure you heard about it when they talked about America spent $1 million developing an ink pen that would write in a zero gravity environment. The Russians sent them up with a pencil. That's kind of what this is all about. We're trying to spend billions of dollars on AI, which is in this instance the pencil that writes in zero gravity, our pen that writes in zero gravity. And the Chinese just said, yeah, we're using a pencil. And the light bulb went on to everybody and said, well, yeah, if it works, the idea is to be able to write something down in space. Do you care if it's in graphite from a pencil or ink from an ink pen? The answer is the end result is the same. So their argument is that they have found a way, at least it looks like, to take the next evolutionary leap forward in artificial intelligence, and they're claiming that they can do it for 30x less money. none of that is bearish for NVIDIA and all the rest, or none of that's bullish for NVIDIA and all the rest of them.
Yeah, preacher, but my texts are blue. My inferior phone texts blue. Beat that. Not that green. Oh, I can. When somebody's Android, when they text me, their text comes up green, but when iPhones text, they come up blue. Mine are blue. It's not inferior. Blue. I know you.
It might do well. It might be helpful for all of us to remember. It's not about the AI. It's not about what AI is, what AI is going to do. Forget about all that. All you need to know that whatever it is, we could be talking about a bottle of beer right now. Whatever it is, they were talking about doing it in the United States at the cost of $500 billion, and it was going to be all this. There was this giant influx of capital. There was going to be buildings built and energy plants. All of it was going to be, to make this new soda pop. And somebody from China just said, yeah, we can do that for 30 times less the money, and we're already done. Here, have a sample. Take a drink of this. And people are drinking the pop, and they're going, yeah, it's okay. It kind of tastes like Coke, but it's a little sweet for me. They're like, yeah, we're working on that, but would you agree this is a nice drink? And they're like, yeah, it's a nice drink. So it doesn't matter what the product is. Just focus on the fact that it was an American-made company. It was tied to huge spending. That spending, in large part, a lot of that money was going to find itself in NVIDIA's pockets. And based on the news release, if you believe it, that's not going to happen. That's the important part here. Don't focus so much on what is AI and what's it going to do. Just take it as a leap of faith that whatever it is, the Chinese are trying to do it too. And they just said, we've already done it and cheaper, and we got it done before you.
Well, following that line of thought, Pirate, who was really the instigator of this? Was it NVIDIA or was it the government?
Instigating what?
To make this whole system. Was NVIDIA saying, we're going to do this, $500 billion, and Trump jumped on it? Or was that people working for Trump saying we're going to do this?
it's a tech industry thing, just like the advent of digital. When we move from analog to digital computers, when we move from tube televisions to flat screens, that's a natural progression of the tech. And the computer industry, the software industry, the people who write software, it's been the what do you call it? The holy grail was to design a computer that thinks for itself. It could conceivably it could solve any problem. They're talking about making like a god, a computer god that will have all the answers for everything. It'll grow every time it solves a problem or works, or has, anytime anybody uses it, it will learn and then grow exponentially more powerful. So, and the applications for that are debatable. There's some people, it's a lot of people, myself included, that don't understand it. I go, well, how is this going to make life better? You know, show me. And then of course there's people out there who are immersed in the subject. They'll say, oh, well, it'll touch every facet of life, from manufacturing to healthcare. I mean, so that fucking lunatic Ellison, he's like 80 years old. He's had all that plastic surgery. He looks like some sort of a fucking, I don't know, Hollywood character. But he was on one of Trump's victory lap press conferences, and his big push on it was that it'll make medicine like thousands of times more effective. That you'll have they were kind of hinting that it could cure cancer. I mean, a lot of it was hyperbolic, you know, and then they're hyping it all up. But that was the thing that it would be. It's going to be the end all, beat all to solve problem solving. And so they're like, everybody's like, okay, they clap and all right, that sounds great. You know, it's going to be the next great big thing. So let's make it happen. And what the first thing that came to light was that the bigger the supercomputer, the more the vacuum of electricity. We saw this play out with the Bitcoin miners like Mara and all the rest of them. The single biggest input for a farmer is like energy. You're going to farm corn. Well, if you're going to mine coins, the biggest single cost isn't the fucking video cards or the GPUs or a warehouse to put them in. It's the electricity. And it should come as no surprise that that's the same big cost for this supercomputing. So that linked it to, not only are we going to build these giant supercomputers, but to make sure that they have all the power they need, we're going to build individual power plants for this place. So then that pulled in the energy sector. Everybody thought, you know, oh, that's going to be good. That's going to be bullish for energy and all that. So it kind of grew. It's one of those things that I don't think anybody, you said who's behind it. I don't think anybody woke up one day and rubbed their hands together and said, we're going to set this plan in motion. It was just a natural progression of the technology. It's like saying, it'd be like if I came to you and said, listen, I got some smart guys together. Theoretically, we figure we can do the Star Trek beam me up, Scotty. We can do teleportation. Imagine what teleportation would do to, you know, the aviation industry. Like, there's no longer a need for airplanes. We can teleport. Beam me up, Scotty. All you got to do is stand right here, and they shine a flashlight on you, and you disappear here, and you reappear in Colorado on the ski slopes. Well, you know, once smart people come together and say, well, on paper, we can show you how we think we've got it worked out, but now we're going to need money to make it happen. And then, of course, the money would pour in. People would take a speculative bet that could be on the cutting edge of that technology. And just imagine, if you will, while they're going about building it and working on it, China is, they transport a few people. Some fucking, you know, somebody says, hey, I know you guys are working on this. Too late, I already did it. And they push a button and somebody gets transported. I guess I'm being a little bit dramatic. I'm being a lot dramatic. It's not so dramatic. Having AI for a computer is in no way, I guess, even close to having teleportation, you know, compared to transportation. But you see my point is that it was a natural progression of an industry to become better. You know.
The other day we were talking about the CEOs that were just wearing sweatshirts and stuff like that. Ellison was the guy I was trying to remember from Oracle. He always wears a suit.
Yeah.
As soon as you said Ellison, I go, that's the guy.
Yeah, look, the guy's accomplished and he's done well for himself. I read something the other day. It's not my work, so I just want to go ahead and give a byline right off the bat. I read this somewhere else, but I believe it. I think he's just a guy wrestling with his mortality. He's 80 years old. He knows that any day he could go to sleep and not wake up in the morning. I think he's just wrestling with his immortality, and I think a lot of these old fuckers see this whole artificial intelligence thing as a possible pathway to immortality. That's just my take on it. I didn't come up with it on my own. I read it, and I thought that makes a lot of sense. You know,
dude's worth $228 billion.
Right.
Wow.
Think of it in terms of, for the longest time there, you know, everybody's heard about Walt Disney having his head cryogenically frozen, and a lot of times the rich and famous would say, well, I know I have to die, but I got enough money, I'm going to pay a pirate to keep me stuffed in a deep freezer full of liquid oxygen at 300 degrees below zero, and I'll stay there for 800 years until the technology comes around to cure whatever it was that killed me. They can bring me back to life and I'll get to live again. Well, a lot of that is just man's inability to wrestle with his mortality, and that played out. I mean, there's to this very day, there's people who set up trust funds that pump money into warehouses where these people have their corpses encapsulated in stainless steel drums like they store semen in for a fucking bull sale, and keep their bodies, big fancy word, but it's frozen. The idea meaning that the deep freeze will keep the decomposition of the cells from happening, and at some time in the future, the advances in medicine will allow them to live again. It's all in an effort to beat the Grim Reaper, and I can't help but think that it plays a little bit of a role in this. People not thinking, well, maybe they can't keep my physical body, but that's okay if they can just suck all the knowledge out of my brain, and maybe I'll live inside of a hard drive. But as long as I am, aware, I guess it comes down to what's your definition of alive. Even though my heart doesn't beat and I don't have arms and legs and a body to move around in, if I'm connected to a power source and I can still communicate with you and I can still think and retain my memories, would I in fact still be alive?
Right.
The answer to that's real simple. If you take somebody like Bezos, who's worth billions, and he puts that money in a trust, that money will still be there. So people are always going to be after money. So when you act like they're just paid the money one time, it's not like an entry fee. These people pay, let's just say they pay $100,000 a month. It's set up that money never stops. They put enough money in a trust. That money, the interest on that money grows. The interest goes towards the freezer dude. And the whole idea is that for generations, these companies are supposed to last for generations. That 300 years from now, my great-great-great-grandkids will make sure your freezer stays plugged in as long as your check still clears the bank. So to answer your question is, until the money runs out, somebody will care, because they're not there for you, they're there for your money. Yeah.
It's true. They'll probably come out of the freezer. They'll be the dumbest people on the planet. They'll say, why is he worth so much? He's an idiot. Yep.
That was my question. That was my question. Is it to be alive? Do you need a body? You don't. My body's not in front of you right now, but we're interacting. We're exchanging ideas. We're enjoying each other's company. But we have no physical presence. No. Right. But what if my conscience? What if they can keep my conscience alive? What if that's what I'm saying? What if that's what this is all about? I just don't know. I just know that a lot of really wealthy people will spend a lot of money to try to cheat death. And along with that, preacher, think about how many people die and leave all their money to like their pet cat. Think about that. It's people trying to control from their grave. They remain in control, and they write them up. They write up a trust. They they have a house with housekeepers. The pets are fed, and they spend millions where people are dead and gone, but they're still, because they legally set up a way that the money they leave behind is legally obligated to be sent in a certain fashion. So these people still have control even from the grave. So I don't know. I just think that maybe in some small way that this has something to do with it, this artificial intelligence and this need for all these super rich people that are old. I think a lot of them are just looking for a life preserver it's frankly, I don't think is there. Yeah. Right. 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 Yeah, it's one of those oxymorons. I think that maybe it's not oxymoron, but just think about it. They have 80 years, and that's such a short period of time when you look at how much time existed before us and how much will be after us. We really don't get much time to begin with, and you think it's kind of a foolish thing to waste what little time you have on chasing something that's clearly unattainable, immortality. Isn't that true? Isn't that true of everyone in the human condition, though? I mean, from the moment I became, a young adult, or even before that, at a very early age, I realized I wanted more, a lot more, and I worked my entire life to get more. So, aren't we all guilty of just wanting more? It's absent there. I hear you.
I wasn't coming through. Oh shit! I was muted for the whole thing. Okay, so at least nobody heard the dumb stuff I was saying.
Poor preacher's been muted this entire time. That sucks. It happens, man.
Yeah, it's okay.
Man, somebody could have spoke up earlier. Dynamite, it took you guys 20 minutes to figure out preach. You all thought I was just talking to the wall or what? I know I've never been around uber wealthy, but I've been around some rich folks, and I can tell you, rich folks worry just as much as poor folks do. There's no, they suffer from a lot of the same afflictions: anxiety, anger, disappointment. They just, you and I might be sitting around, we might be nerve-ridden or anxious over something. The difference is they're eating T-bone steaks and we're eating, ramen noodles. Maybe what they worry about is different, but it's still worry. Maybe what, brings them, what makes them angry. So I think regardless of how fat your bank account is, I think we all still suffer from a lot of, your basic emotions and the human condition. They just wear nicer clothes and have nicer food to eat while they're going about it.
Yeah, but that's why I think the very rich don't get to experience happiness. And I'm not talking about joy. I'm not talking about satisfaction. I'm talking about happiness. Because happiness is being accepting of your current state, of your current situation, being okay with where you are right now and what you have right now. So that implies that you're okay where you are and you don't want more. It's like I'm good.
Let me ask you, man, if you've never spent any real time around this sort of people, what makes you think you would understand how they feel or what makes them happy? I mean, it's strange to me that, I don't know anybody who's uber rich, so I don't think I'd be qualified to say, well, they're just not happy. Is it possible that half of them are really happy?
I've never been around the uber rich, but I've been around millionaires, like USD millionaires in Poland here. So, and I've seen them, nothing against them, of course, but they're always driven. There's always the next business, or there's never always the idea, or they're always looking for ways to make money, or discussing plans, or talking about what they did to make money, the money that they have, or whatever, right? So there's always.
But how does that translate into being unhappy, though?
Well, it depends. Now it depends how you look at happiness. Is are you either happy or unhappy, or you are either happy or you just don't experience happiness, right? I'm not saying
the reason I asked is my childhood friend, my closest childhood friend growing up, we lived parallel lives. He became incredibly successful, and for a period of time when I was in the military, I would go home and visit him, and I would insist that we go fishing or drinking or fucking about, and he would always abstain, and I'd get pissed, and I'd be like, dude, all you do is work. You're a workaholic. And I was like, and then finally one day he said, you don't get it. I'm happiest when I'm working. He's like, what you're asking me to do is give up my happiness for you. He's like, your idea of happiness is getting in a bass boat and going up some creek and fishing and drinking beer. He says, for me, it would be a sacrifice. And he was being very honest. This was somebody, he wasn't giving the line. He's like, you just don't get it. This is, I find happiness in what I'm doing. And he says, so I want to do that all the time. He says, people who try to tell me I shouldn't, they're actually telling me what I need to do to be happy. And I believed him. I don't think he would have lied to me. So I don't know if I agree that all people who are mega wealthy are just unhappy. I just think that in some ways, like my friend, what they find happiness in doesn't line up with other folks, and I think people might have difficulty with that.
I don't know. Like, because what I'm talking about and what I'm referring to is actual happiness, like bliss. I don't know if you've experienced, but bliss, a state of peace, like not peace of
One
mind,
time.
but peace. Like,
One time. I did one time where I felt completely at peace.
yeah, so that's what I'm talking about here. You know, that's why I said I'm not talking about satisfied or having joy or having, you know, feeling good that yeah, I've achieved my targets or whatever. It's like this blissful.
For me, it was a moment. It was the moment that I closed when I sold the biggest business, and I realized that I'd never have to worry about money again. It literally washed over me. I've talked about this on KC's a couple of times when we talk about the MOAS and how people will feel. So I know it's probably not in keeping with the point you're trying to make, but in my personal life, the one time I felt anxiety free and free from fear was the moment that I knew without a shadow of a doubt that my financial needs would be met for the rest of my life. So in some sense, the money made me happy. Now I can tell you this, I've been without, I mean, I've covered this ground. I've been less than poor, and I've had more than most. And I can tell you, I'm not talking about love or passions or what music. I'm just saying as a general lifestyle, I prefer having money 1,000 times over not.
Of course.
So I just, you know.
And yeah, I mean, Maze and Bluetooth and but Donkey Kong say that holding your child for the first time, that was my bliss. And Donkey saying the day my first son was born, what's the greatest time of my life. Yeah, those are great things. But and Pirate, that's what I'm talking about, right? But why was it only that one moment? Why don't you feel bliss now? Aren't you financially safe now?
Well, as far as like they brought up the children now, I remember falling to my knees. I had tears run down my face, and I prayed to a mythical God that I don't believe in. And the prayer was very short. It said, I don't believe in you, but if I'm wrong and you're out there, please, let me do right by these children. I was overwhelmed with emotion. I wouldn't describe it as bliss, though. For me, the birth of my children was really, it was multifaceted. It was a combination of fear, an overwhelming sense of obligation. And then for the first time, I think in my life, I truly realized what it was like to care about something more than myself. Even with my wife, I viewed her as kind of an equal. I loved her, but I was never so bold as to say, well, I love my wife more than I even love myself. Now, as our love grew in the years past, I'd gladly give my wife life for my wife. My point is that the birth of my first child and then the second one eventually was like the biggest moment in my life when I realized that I had the capacity to care about something else more than myself. But that was a different sort of emotion that I wouldn't necessarily call it bliss.
Yeah. But that's the thing, because there are, of course, there are moments like this, but then we get back to the daily worries, right? You need to, I don't know, even pay the bills, take out the trash, clean the house, I don't know, wash the car, drive somewhere, watch out for accidents, go to the mechanic, it gives you headaches, whatever, right? So there's a lot of things that we have to go through just to live our lives, that if you were in a village in a remote area where, all you need to worry about is, I don't know, hunting a rabbit and making a fire, like gathering wood for a fire or whatever, you wouldn't have a lot of other worries, right? Because that's the life as you know it. So that's what I'm trying to refer to here.
I'm kind of fucked up because from the earliest age, everything appeared to me to be a competition. It seemed like whether it was children around me, everyone seemed to be competing.
Yeah.
Whether they were competing for attention or accolades or food or a snack or some sort of pecking order, and everything was boiled down to a competition. And then as I grew and I saw organized sports and I saw everything, I looked at seemed to be through the lens of it's always competing. And it wasn't that I chose it or sought it out. It was just an observation. And that went on through reaching puberty, with girls, with athletics through high school, business, art, everything. You go to a county fair and they pass out ribbons. It's a competition. Who's best? And it appeared to me at an early age that competition was always about material things. Everything was about material things, whether it was clothing, shoes, cars, bicycles, toys, vacations, experiences. So for me, it was, okay, life is a competition. Now, you can either compete or you can be a observer. But I think even the observers compete. I don't think anyone is out of the game. So I went about becoming the best competitor I could. And then for me, I just set goals and said, okay, I was a drag racer. I love to race. I love things that go fast. There's an end to a race. There's a prize at the end. There's a winner and there's a loser and there's a trophy. I approached everything that way. And I thought even business, it's just a competition to who can win. And that, to me, I guess it comes down to what does a person think winning looks like. For me, it was financial success and the ability to have the things I was denied as a child. And once I found a path to that, then I acted as a competitor and I won my personal race. I was like, I've kind of crossed the finish line. I got an early retirement. I freed myself from the will of others. From an early age, I never liked being told what to do, how to do it, when to do it. I certainly didn't like working while others were going about leisure activities. So I decided early on that I was going to do whatever was necessary to free myself from all of that. And it worked out splendidly. It didn't happen as fast as I wanted to. And as a consequence, I live a life that's far different than the people that I know that grew up the way I did. So for me, it was all about, I just saw life as a competition, a race, if you will. And I guess in my mind, I've won that. So I don't, when you say, oh, how do you not feel bliss every day? I don't know that you would call it bliss, but I feel a sense of accomplishment. Every day I wake up, I feel like, for the most part, I'm done. It doesn't mean I don't have, other dreams and some other goals I might want to work towards. But for the most part, what I set out to do at a very early age, I did it. And so I don't know that I necessarily have bliss every day, but I have a sense of accomplishment that I won. I won the race, at least the race that I decide to enter. There's different kinds. Everybody, there's the Indy 500, and KC did his Ironmans. Every man. So I use the word race as a metaphor, obviously, or an example. But for what my particular goals were, I went about it, and I won. And so I take my comfort in that. But I don't know how that ties into what real happiness is for others, or we were talking about mortality and all of that. I guess it comes down for each person has to decide what they really want. I tell my sons that, preacher, all the time. All I want for both of my sons is for them to be happy. I didn't want them to be airline pilots, fighter pilots, astronauts, lawyers, doctors, or Indian chiefs. What I want for them is happiness. And I think that's really the key, is if a person finds out. But I think part of that is being honest with yourself. I wouldn't want my sons to have a dream and then not go for it out of fear. I would want them to say, I set a lofty goal and I'm going to go for it, and in that respect, maybe you don't need to actually achieve the goal. Maybe it's the act of working towards it that brings some people happiness. I don't know. All I know is that for others, I can't tell other people, including my two sons, how to find happiness. I can only wish it for them.
Mm-hmm. Look, sorry, because I'm hearing myself a bit from your stream, but now it's gone. That's why I was saying about this. So being competitive, I think, is part of it, right? Because there's always a bigger target. There's always the goalpost keeps moving. So even if you enter an actual competition and you go in and you win it, right, there's always the next competition. That's why I said, and it's happiness is extremely difficult to find. Extremely difficult. I've felt it. I've been there, but it's not like I can turn on a switch and I can feel it today. I don't have that. I don't feel that today, you know. And I'm not trying to imply that I am happy right now. But that's what I was saying. Like if you were, and just try it as a mental exercise. I'm not criticizing who you are and what you've done, because you've achieved a lot. So please don't take it that way. But think about what would be your life if you weren't competitive. If you were to just look at the world around you, at the kids around you, at everyone around you, and just look at them and like not care. I don't care if they judge me. I don't care if they're better at this and this and this. I don't care if they have more money or better clothes or better cars or better anything. I don't care. I'm happy. I'm alive. I have a roof over the head. I have some food in my belly. You know, I'm here. I get to live this, I get to experience this, right? That's a beginning of what I'm talking about. And it takes a lot of, I don't know, circumstances that put you in this location where you can just observe this and experience life for life itself. Not life for how much money is in the bank, not life for, you know, the rat race or the showing off or nothing like that. But that's why I'm saying probably living in a very underdeveloped village somewhere, it's much easier to gain happiness than in today's world, like for us living in the developed countries, because there's always another goal. There's always something else that we want to achieve.
You may be right. My wife and I've talked about it many times that maybe in some unexplored regions of the Amazon, there's a group of people who live multi-generational, and they live in a grass hut by a river. And like I said, they bash a monkey in the skull with a rock and eat it over a fire.
Yeah.
And you know, they watch the sunset. And they go in and I don't know, a guy humps his partner, falls asleep, you know, and wakes up the next day. And maybe they're living paradise. I don't know. I'm not in the position to judge. I learned a long time ago the best I can do is navigate in my world and go about it in the fashion that works best for me.
Of course. And look, we need to in this world, right? If you want to maintain your kids, that's what you need to do here, right? Over there, maybe in that village, you need to teach them how to hunt, right? You need to teach them how to be a man, like how to be strong, you know, run, train, hunt, cook. That's the skills, right? So once you teach your kids those skills, you're kind of set. You're there as a protector just in case someone comes in or something happens. But apart from that, you're set, right? In today's world, no, that's not the case. You just need to keep on working and working and working, right? Unless, of course, you're set up like you are. But most people just need to have a daily job or jobs just to survive, just to have enough money for the, you know, for the rent and for meals and stuff like that. So that's why for us, majority of people that need a job, like a, you know, day-to-day job, it's hard to find happiness because you're always depending on doing something for someone else to be able to continue living the life that you currently have.
Exactly. I couldn't have said it better myself. Seems to be that if that's the case, and I believe you're probably right, that people would be better served to live a minimalist lifestyle. Yep. To have the absolute minimum in terms of possessions, but have a maximum amount of freedom to spend with their family. I guess that's kind of back to if your wife could stay at home and be a stay-at-home mom. I got into some of this in the last few days with some people about the merits of, you know, and I get it. And of course the world is a big place and everybody comes from a different point of view, you know, but I've tried to give my thoughts on the benefits of having a stay-at-home mom. And then frequently what you'll be met with is people will say, well, can't afford to have a stay-at-home mom. It takes two incomes. And then I say, well, let's talk about that, you know, rationally. And, you know, I'm like, why do you need two incomes? And then you can drill down on that. And it usually comes down to the whole list of things that they want. They're not needs. You know, they taught us this in the military. A lot of it has to do with survival. You have things you need in life and there's things that you want. And the things that you really need to survive are actually pretty slim. It's usually when you get into the wants that start putting a big drain on family finances. So the conversation, it inevitably turned towards, would you rather have, for instance, your children raised in a really shithole shack, but they have their mother with them from the time they're born until the child's old enough to, go out and kind of go unattended. And that was the thought experiment I was trying to push forward, was the people who say, well, I want my children to have the best of everything. I want them to have a nice home. Each one has its own bedrooms. We live in a nice neighborhood, blah, 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 blah. And all of that culminates into a stack of bills that enslaves not just the father with, incredible amounts of overtime and time away from the family, but now you have robbed the children of their mother. And if you've ever seen what a child looks like when it's dropped off for the first time at daycare, while the mother's maternity leave runs out, it's heartbreaking.
Yep.
And so you get into this philosophical debate of what's really best for the children. Is it, and people say, well, I love my children more than life, and I want them to have everything that I didn't have. And you say, well, you got to be real careful for that, because if you want just an ever increasing amount of material things, and the price for that is that you're not a part of their life, then I would argue that you don't really love your children that much. I guess, and again, I don't want to pass judgment on anybody. I guess everyone needs to decide for themselves what they want their children to have and what they believe a child should have, and what's best for them. And if those people believe that their children are best if the mother and father works and they have all sorts of material things, then that's their right. Because I'm a real big believer that the government shouldn't get between a parent and its children. But if we're just talking purely philosophical, I would argue that more often than not, people would be far better served if they would give up many of the creature comforts and niceties and focus more on family.
Yep, I agree. But
vicious cycle. You think about it. We send our children. The people load their children up and they send them to school. They're surrounded by other children. Inevitably, the pecking order kicks in. It's a natural way of life. There'll be a testing of boundaries from children, and then the logical progression is someone will become the target of either bullying or being made fun of, and it'll usually start with either something along the lines of they don't have quite as nice a clothes, or maybe they don't have a nice haircut, or they don't have good gym shoes, or it's usually along those lines. So what you'll have a child who really didn't care much the fact that they didn't have nice shoes. It doesn't become an issue until they're surrounded by 10 other kids who are, being cruel to them and making them feel, just awful about themselves. And then at that point in time, going to school turns into a perfect hell for them. So then you have a need for families to say, well, my children need to have the nice gym shoes. And you go, why? Well, because all the other kids have nice gym shoes. Well, if, and it all seems to be tied in some way or another to consumerism. And one could argue that it all started with sending children out to be, for the most part, unsupervised with other children, and then you get into the whole Lord of the Flies mentality of we all know how cruel children can be. But I guess I've kind of sidetracked us from the initial topic of conversation, but it's all in some ways, in my mind, it's all just part of a spider web. It's interconnected.
I think part, and even this, how mean children can be, it also connects into, parents wanting their kids to have what they didn't have, but what they didn't have, or maybe what they did have but failed to pass on, is having, the parents teaching you lessons, like being kind, being honest, being fair, being a straight shooter. Like, You don't need to be mean. And that's you know, you can have parents that focus just so much on the material that they fail to pass these characteristics to their kids, right? Because like, yeah, for me, for example, I don't really feel attached to my family, and probably it's part of the autism in me as well. But you know, there was never, let's say, kind words. I never heard "I love you" from anyone in my family, or you know, any type of kind words. And that's something that I didn't have, but I want my family to have, right? And I also didn't have clothes, I didn't have money, I didn't have fancy food, and I want to do what's best for my kids. But there's also this other side of the coin that I want them to have that I didn't have. Like, I want to be able to express my feelings to them so that they can express their feelings to me. And even if, you know, if they're upset about something, I want to know about it inside the house and discuss with them, rather than them going outside and being mean to other kids, right? I want to be able to tell them, like, yeah, there's mean kids out there, but you don't have to be like them, right? They're probably upset about something else, but you don't have to look at them as mean kids. Just, you know, you need to understand that they're probably something's not right at home, or, you know, maybe their parents are upset with them or whatever, and they're lashing out. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, there's this completely other part of teaching your kid how to be around other kids that's probably missed out, you know, because there's so much focus on giving them everything, like physical or monetary, that you didn't have, that we're failing to make our kids like better human, basically. It looks like we went on our own way with the chat, and the chat went their own way.
That's okay.
Yeah. So let's see, Tech We Love said, I got bullied by a guy who was shorter than me and didn't want to fight because I had so many fights from parents. Drama at home and drama at school. People who were miserable always wanted to fight. Yeah. But Donkey Kong said, when I was a kid, I was a maniac running the streets. Dynamax said, same, Kong. So we have a lot of bullies. I don't know, I guess. I don't know what type of maniacs. So Kong said, my mom worked and I wish she didn't. I would have killed. I had a mom waiting for me after school. Yeah. Oh, Tech We Love said, well, sorry to read this out, like, guys, you're putting it here, so might as well just go over it. So Tech We Love said, I had that but Donkey Kong, which she was also bipolar hoarder who was bad at managing money. Everyone doesn't get what they want. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
It's helpful to read them, Preacher. I think, and anybody else who here is a content creator, I know Gray Leaf and all the others that talk about live streaming, it's beneficial, in my opinion, to read. You may not be able to read everyone's comments, but for the truck drivers out there and the people who are listening, they may not be able to sit and read everything.
Yeah.
So I apologize. I apologize for Preacher as well. If you say to yourself, well, we can read it ourselves, why is he reading it for us? Just consider yourself to be one of the fortunate ones who can actually read it. So we're just trying to keep it as inclusive as we can for the listeners only.
Okay, but Donkey Kong said, that's horrible, Preacher, but I'm not sure what you're referring to. So Dynamax said he wasn't a bully, just an unsupervised kid. Life in the 80s and 90s, Gen X. Yeah, I was, I mean, I don't know, because also mostly unsupervised. But yeah, I guess as a kid I always kind of took it, so I just took in the bullying and everything because I was used to it from my dad, so the kids outside could never like outdo my dad in bullying or being a dickhead. So from that point of view I was just the way it is. But yeah, then I snapped twice, and well, let's put it this way, being worked by my dad from like the age of 5 or 6 did help a bit with my strength, so when I did snap I was able to do quite a bit of damage. And that put an end to the bullying, but yeah. Still, I always saw myself as someone who would just, like, if I were to hit someone, it would be a bully. Like, I wouldn't go up to someone and just, get... And it was hard, because as a teenager, I was always angry, and I was looking for a fight, but I never found someone who was willing to fight me. So it was just like gathering in there, and it's like, because for me growing up, I was like, I had 2 sisters and my mom, and from like the age of 11, 12, I was just there to protect. So I was like a punching bag between them and my dad, and it was always standing up to him, because I knew if I would attract his attention to me, they would be safe. Like, he would leave them alone and he would just focus on me. So, yeah.
A little over 15 minutes to go. Trading day. AMC is just a penny above its intraday low of 30. Oh, it's there now. It matched at $3.25.
Mm-hmm.
Down just about 5% on the day. GameStop is at 27 and a dime. 27.1. Yeah, we talked about it earlier, KMET, the stock retail video. Yeah. I might be wrong, but it all seemed like a tempest in a teapot to me. I don't care about review work. I don't care about short the VIX. I don't give 2 fucks about stock retail, any of those guys. For the most part, they all seem like what they really want is attention. It doesn't seem like their primary focus is financial gains. They want to be internet famous or YouTube famous. And I don't mean that that's a bad thing. I don't mean in any way to say that that's bad. I'm just saying I think it's important for people to realize what I see as the driving motivation behind all of those guys. And I don't think any of it is to help people in like self-improvement or helping somebody become more financially independent or successful. I think their main goal is to create a big following to where they are afforded the attention that they crave, like any other performer or person on a stage. So you'll get it's inevitable when you have an environment like that you're going to have some infighting, backbiting, if you will. It's like having a fucking concert, Lollapalooza or whatever, or Farm Aid. You put 10 bands up there, you're always going to get a pissing contest to who's going to follow who and who goes first and all that. And it's all in an effort to feed into egos. And I think a lot of that is coming to the surface on a lot of this.
And at the same time, I'm afraid if I would talk about someone else's video, I'm gonna get shut down again. So
Yeah.
Okay, looks like KC posted on X. Actually, not replied. Or wait. Okay, there's a reply to. So he posted 1 day ago. Adam at CEO Adam. Any chance AMC could partner with the Boy Scouts of America to sell AMC popcorn? The one replied saying, "Why not schools too? Great fundraiser." And Casey Shaw, "The gears are turning." Nice. Casey is lurking on X. That's good to know. So, Tech will have said, feels like attention battles. I like most of Stock Retail's videos and most Bigham's videos. I don't have to like 100%. Yeah, fully agree to that.
I was it's funny, just as you said that, Preacher, I was going to say, I don't know if this is bringing up something, but do you guys, I know Pirate doesn't because he wouldn't listen to it last night. Do you guys listen to Stock Retail?
Let me look up who is Stock Retail. Sorry.
That's what somebody just asked in the live chat as well. You're like the fifth person today. For 7 hours, people have been coming in. Did you listen to Stock Retail? Did you listen to Stock Retail? I'm like, no. I don't fucking care. They sound like a bunch of children fighting for attention. I don't have time for it.
It was a video of timeline of FUD. And there were definitely some names thrown under the bus.
Okay, so
with receipts.
Is there?
And I'm like, so what are you supposed to do with that? What's that supposed to mean to you? How does it benefit you? And what are you? How does that going to make more money for Captain Hayden?
Confirmation bias.
Mm-hmm.
Makes me feel better.
Does this short Stock Retail have a face or a name or something? Like, sorry, but I'm not familiar with.
He's been a constant presence on YouTube and X.
Okay.
He's been a long-time content producer. Produced what I understand was some pretty good stuff for the most of the time. KC and him bumped heads a few times. It looked immediately to me like it was two bulls, two dogs, alpha dogs fucking biting at each other's ass while they ran in circles. And I love KC, but it's just what it looked like to me on who's going to be the real leader of the pack type shit. And it just grated on my nerves. And I see it played out over and over again with all of them. It's like, I'll tell you what it reminds me of, Captain Hayden. It reminds me of the veterans. You ever see these veterans that get on here and try to out-veteran each other? It's like not good enough that they're all brothers in arms. They got to get on Twitter and X and well, you weren't in a fucking commando unit. Oh, well, you weren't in the Navy SEALs, or you didn't have 14 confirmed kills. Like, it was always one-upmanship on everybody, and it's all in an effort for more of that looky-me shit. And I'm just like, I try to refrain from it because I don't see the value in it. What's in it for me? Am I going to grow as a person?
I think that Stock Retail, one of his, I would say his forte, is his prediction of the quarterly report. He's been tighter than Wall Street except for one, and that was when the strike happened. But as far as
he had a habit I know of, like, calling out people that I think that was one of his claims to fame was, I would see frequently things would pop up on X like, I told you that person was a shill, or I told you I called this one a long time ago. There seemed like to be this like record keeping of he would engage in these call outs or pointing out people that he felt like either weren't wholeheartedly supportive of AMC or were there acting as a mole or a plant. And it all got to be a bit much to me after a while. I'm like, first of all, the only reason that moles or plants or shills have any influence is over the week. I don't know about the rest of you guys, but people on the fucking internet don't tell me what to do. They don't. The whole concept of an influencer is like, it makes me want to throw up in my mouth a little bit. I'm like, do you know how fucking weak and lame you have to be as a person to allow strangers on the internet to influence you in any way? But apparently it's a cottage industry. Everything from young girls on TikTok to grown men looking how to do their portfolios. So in some ways, I guess I'm a Luddite. I don't understand, completely the power of the internet, but it just seems to me silly in all aspects.
Like I said, the one part, I can't read a profit and loss statement, but he can. And that's what got me into this, was that AMC was what it was being driven to, but that was a facade, and his numbers were right. And that's what drew me into it, was that he was good at finding that they were going to make money.
Yeah, I'm not here to say that, like other people say all rich people are evil. I'm not here to say all creators are evil, all these content creators. I'm just saying it seems to me like there's the bigger portion of them is made up with attention-seeking fame whores. These guys, they don't. All they're there for is to build some sort of a following that I don't know if it fills a void in their social life or whatever. But it seems like, for the most part, a lot of them, their content is secondary to just, it's kind of like the whole thumbnail thing with the big surprise faces, or isn't that what they call them? The thumbnails, the picture they put on YouTube. It's all bait, clickbait. And my argument is that if you bring anything substantive to the table, like I used to follow TMI, the guy was sharp, man. He had actionable intelligence. He had well thought out theories and theses about different tickers and all that. I'm like, a guy like that doesn't have to go around all the tricks and ploys to draw in traffic. It speaks for itself. And I've always said the cream rises to the top. So a guy like TMI will always be able, but the rest of them seemed like they fell into what I saw as a larger group of just attention seekers who were willing to do anything just to garner those clicks. And
well, that's
I found it a waste of time.
Well, it's funny you say TMI's name. That's why another reason I was kind of hoping you'd look into it or watch that video, because he's in one of the pictures. That TMI guy with his mask on.
Yeah, he was there. But that's
why
we were talking earlier. I saw
that picture 4 years ago. I saw that picture within a day or two of it being taken. See, I was there through all of that. See, all these people that are new, like, oh my God, there's a picture of Trey and fucking Review Dork and TMI and Short the Vix, and they're all in a house. I'm like, I was there that day. I literally sat and watched. I watched when they planned it all out, when they talked about, they wanted TMI to move from, I don't know, Massachusetts to Florida, and they were going to get together and rent a house together. And I saw all of that play out in real time. And now everybody runs around with their hair on fire like they've discovered some new photograph. I'm like, where the fuck was you at? It's not, there's nothing nefarious about it. They were 4 content creators when this thing was at its hiatus. When the excitement was at a crescendo, it was all over the news. I mean, fuck, they actually took Trey's on CNBC or one of those, Fox News, and gave him an interview. I mean, that was the peak. And then now, and all these guys were in that, and their natural, proclivity towards, self-aggrandizement and all of that kicked in. And very few of them were immune to it. You see it. But one by one, they were all revealed to be in some ways either actors, posers, charlatans. I said from the very beginning, let's take somebody like Short the Vix. Everybody tuned into his channel and hung on every word he said, and I would just scratch my head and I'm like, this internet's some wild shit. This is a kid still wet behind the ears. This motherfucker just now got hair on his pecker. He's fresh out of college. He's never fucking, to my knowledge, made more than $100 at any one time. And they whirl around him like he's the second coming of Christ to hang on his every word as it pertains to investing. And I knew then that this wasn't it was crazy. And but people sucked it all up. They ate it up.
Hey, Pirate, you need to stop bashing on influencers, okay? I'm coming out with my clothing line soon. I need to push that. So.
Yep. A preacher sweatshirt.
Yeah.
To this very day, everybody sang the praises of Trey's trades. And all I saw was a guy who was like a court jester, hopping around with manic movements and real exaggerated verbalizations, the screaming and hollering, the slapping of a giant black dildo, praying to it and all of that. Nobody ever thought for a minute that was just fucking entertainment. It was like, what, for me, a lot of times it was like watching a child dance around for attention. Like, well, look what I can do. Look, I mean, I get it. At the time, everybody was invested in AMC because they were going to get rich from the squeeze. They just saw this amazing thing play out with GameStop, and AMC took a little hiccup. And then so what it was, and he fed into that, told everybody that, hey, we're all on the right track. We're in this together. So he milked the whole camaraderie thing, the whole we're on the same team thing. And then on top of that, he peppered in the entertainment value. Of course, the guy cashed out with $1 million worth of stock options, and then everybody wanted to fucking crucify him on Golgotha. I'm like, what happened, man? I thought this guy was I thought he was your fucking Moses, was going to lead you all to the fucking promised land. I've seen it over and over again. And my problem isn't with Trey and the other people. It's the gullibility of people to so blindly follow. It's like there's like this hunger for people to be led, and anybody who throws their fucking hat in the ring, it immediately gathers a following. And it makes me question people's decision making.
I'm uncomfortable with the black dildo.
All shock value, man. Purely for shock value. It's no different than Howard Stern.
Well, I thought it was the model of mine.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I didn't make any money off it. All right, I gotta go do some tile. Hopefully I'll see you guys in a bit.
Right on.
See you soon. Yeah, I mean, that's what I was saying a few days back, it's like those guys, regardless of the way it turns out, and it's disappointing to see, but at least they had their use. At least until I found KC and all you guys, you degenerates, it gave me a place where I could hang around looking at the AMC charts and like learning what's happening in the market, kept up kind of with the news and stuff, so at least it kept me engaged with the stock. So yeah, it's sad to see that they chose probably some quick money from who knows who, just to try to push people in a certain direction. But yeah, it is what it is.
You guys are not tough enough. Or maybe I put it another way, you're a bunch of pussies. Excuse the expression.
There's the closing bell. Censor content bringing us home.
Yeah.
$3.26. We closed 4.82% in the red. Gave up almost 5% today. While GameStop closed at $26.98. 2.84% in the red.
Mm-hmm.
There you have it, folks.
At the same time, Nvidia is down 17%. So.
Yep. Nvidia it lost 17%. I said I'd never shorted a stock before in my life. I never will, but if I was gonna short one, Nvidia would have been my first one. I'd have popped my cherry on Nvidia, and I said about 3 months ago, this is where you go fucking short on Nvidia. Now I would have been in the red for 90 days, but today I would have been doing the show you right dance. I'd have been doing a little Irish jig saying, I told you so, motherfucker. And I think that what we're seeing here is just a beginning, but hey, I'm just a drunken pirate. We'll see.
See, because I'm thinking they might try to manipulate price to make it reverse, because it's their cash cow. They can, if they can squeeze it for more liquidity, they're gonna try to do that. So, yeah. I'm surprised we didn't have anything around margin call time, because I was expecting with this impact in their collateral, they would have to close some positions, but I have no idea what's happening in the dark pools as well. Okay, well, with that said, I'm gonna shut off the stream. So, Papa Mac, it's gonna be in your hands tomorrow. So, let me play us out with a bit of outro music, and thank you all for being with us today, for spending some time over here, and see you tomorrow. Take care.
If any of you want to come to the after party, we gather
from sap to strength in nature's art. Rubber forms a resilient part. From trees it flows through skillful hands, crafted strong for life's demands. It's hitting you like a puck, so swift and tough. In this game of life, we've had enough. Through the highs and lows, we won't back down. In this endless fight, we wear the crown. Oh. 4 years of battles, a fight so near. Two foes collide, the end is clear. In shadows cast, they forge their plans. Now victory's within our hands. It's hitting you like a puck, so swift and tough. In this game of life, we've had enough. Through the highs and lows, we won't back down. In this endless fight, we wear the crown. Triumphant apes, they rise and shine. Ruling markets, a sign of the times. Bulls and bears, they step aside. In this kingdom now, the apes reside. It's hitting you like a puck, so swift and tough. In this game of life, we've had enough. Through the highs and lows, we won't back down. In this endless fight, we wear the crown. Through the nights and days, we fought this fight. With hearts of gold, we reached new heights. Together we stand, through thick and thin. In this game of life, we always win.
So once again, thank you everyone for tuning in, and remember, don't have a good night, have a great night, and maybe go watch a movie out there, because we're all here